All right, good evening, everyone. We're going to get things going here. We're going to start off tonight with a work session with the Historic District Commission. Before we get into that, we're going to allow for Jamie Rabbit to do an introduction here. Unfortunately, Brian Wagner is not able to be here tonight. He's the liaison to the group, but we look forward to the presentation tonight. Go ahead, Jamie.
Thank you, Mr. McEntee. Again, Brian Wagner gives his humble apologies, but his family member has become ill and he needed to attend to that matter out of state. So again, his humble apologies for not being here. Brian has served as the liaison for the Planning Department with the Historic District Commission. We do have 3 members here tonight. Murray Gates is going to work through some slides for you on a presentation and general discussion. And with that being said, I have nothing more other than to introduce Murray. Thank you.
How does that work? Good evening, everybody. Thank you for having us. As Jamie had said, my name is Murray Gates, Chair of the Historic District Commission. We also have with us the Vice Chair, David Hill, and Richard Yunkin, who's a longtime member of the HDC, and he should be a familiar face to you. How much time do we have for this?
You'll get the full half hour, Murray.
Oh, a half hour. Wonderful. Thank you. Okay, so we've been anxiously awaiting this opportunity to share with you some things that that we've been doing over the past couple of years. This is our first opportunity to be in front of you for this annual session, and also to tell you a little bit about some of the things that are forthcoming. And we're going to end with a small proposal for a change to the HDC, but we'll just hold on to that until the end and keep you on pins and needles. So the purpose statement, this may be something that you're familiar with, but I think it's important for us to just discuss at least one element of this. You're probably very familiar with what the HDC does in respect to the Kingston Historic District. We're blessed with this wonderful collection of historic resources that we know as Kingston Village. Mostly early 19th century homes with some 18th century homes as well. And the Historic District Commission is charged with reviewing requests for changes to the structures that exist within that district. And that charge is something that we're known very well for. Homeowners or property owners, we also have a number of nonprofits that are in the Historic District come to us and have an idea for general maintenance, or they have an idea for adapting the structure to a new use. So that comes before us, and we apply the Department of Interior standards for historic preservation in making a determination on that request. What's less understood about what we do as the HDC is our advisory role to the town council on all things historic preservation, and that's town-wide. It goes outside of just the Kingston Village. And over the last couple of years, we've really been trying to explore how we get better at fulfilling that mission of advising the town council on those general historic preservation items. All set so far? And I would welcome my 2 committee members, co-committee members, to chime in at any point. You're always welcome. So back in October of 2022, the National Association of Preservation Committees, in conjunction with the town of South Kingstown, put on a training for all historic district commissions throughout the state of Rhode Island. It was a wonderful opportunity for us to hear from nationally recognized experts on historic preservation. There were a number of topics that were introduced to us, and the one that I'm sharing with you here and represented on this slide are these 5 buckets of historic preservation activities. Okay, outreach and engagement, historic preservation planning, property surveys, designation, and design reviews. Now, the design reviews are that piece of work that I mentioned before that we are most associated with, the Kingston Historic District. There's some work that needs to be done on a particular structure, and they come to the Historic District Commission, and we weigh in on that and give advice and eventually an approval to the property owner. The other areas are areas that the HDC has been less involved with historically. But again, these are the areas that, that we think historic preservation committees, and that was confirmed by the experts that joined us, should be really active in. These are sometimes very proactive measures towards preservation as opposed to responding to a particular need or issue by a single property owner. And we're going to talk about those a little bit more during the course of the discussion. So as mentioned, this particular graphic, pardon me, shows you how we've been operating historically. You can see a couple of axes here, time and entry on the vertical axis and the program activity on the horizontal. The design review has been the activity that we've spent the preponderance of time on over the course of the last few years. But where we're looking to go is in those areas that we've spent relatively little time. There is a segue between these slides here. Remember what I just told you. Because within the town's comprehensive community plan, most recently updated in 2021, there's an entire section, I don't know, 7 or 8, 9, 10 sections there are in the comprehensive plan, I forget how many there are, but there's an entire section on historic preservation and a focus on historic and cultural resources. And coming out of that comprehensive plan, there are a number of action items that the town's people, staff, and assumedly the town council at the time, helped to come up with those action items on how to achieve a set of objectives. I'm not going to go through all of these, but suffice it to say that what we've been doing within the HDC over the last couple of years is taking these action items and assigning them to specific members of the committee and trying to the best of our ability and with the time that we have to progress on those action items. And we've created a little stoplight reporting mechanism for gauging our progress over time. Again, I'm not going to go through all of these, but as a reminder, this is how the comprehensive plan works. We've got short, medium, and long-term objectives. Now, I may reference a couple of these. I've got a number of slides. Again, I'm not going to read them, and I'm not going to ask you to read them now. Hopefully, you'll have access to them after the meeting. But there is one that I'll call out, and I'm going to ask Mr. Youngkin to talk specifically around action item 117.
So this action item, and there's some interference. This action item has to do with creating a hub of information that the town would sponsor on historic preservation activities and the value of historic preservation at large. And I think when you talk about South Kingstown as being a unique place and having a wonderful sense of place, a sense of neighborhoods, village charm, tourism attraction, all of those things that are really, I think, vital to how we think about South Kingstown, historic preservation provides and is a vital part of that. The more we do to save the charm of our communities, our neighborhoods, and our sense of place, the better we're going to be in terms of presentation of the community at large and all the values that we share as a community. So this hub is really a really interesting concept. It's about how we actually spread that news and get excitement in the town on our existing housing stock, our existing buildings, and how we preserve them, rehab them, make them into new use. And when you think about the housing stock in South Kingstown and think about affordable housing and think about new development, most of what we got is actually, dated. It's not new. We have a lot of structures in our village districts that are old and potentially historic. And in fact, the number of historic resources outside of Kingston is up in the 400 range, 400 buildings and structures. We have 6 historic districts. Kingston is only one of them. And those are, primarily in Peacedale, Wakefield, Usquepaugh, and other villages. So one of the things about this hub that would be incredible, and it's written in the comprehensive plan, is to think about our existing municipal historic buildings and the rehab that's required on them, and the fact that they can be a real demonstration project on how you do projects well in preserving historic buildings, how you rehab them efficiently and cost effectively, how you actually cherish them and make them live into the future without having to replace them or demolishing them. And you're already doing this. We just want to advertise it a bit more and promote it town-wide. I just learned recently that in this building alone, the clock tower windows above us are being restored by one of our best craftsmen in town, Jim Garfield. I've been over to his studio to see these incredible windows. They look like the windows behind you, only they're twice as big, and there's 6 of them, I believe. So it's a wonderful thing. It really is. And I don't know who's responsible, if Jim is responsible for this, but what a deal that is. His message on this is that restoring them is a lot less expensive than buying new, and much more efficient, and much less wasteful. So you have a major project on the library that's coming down, one of your signature landmark historic buildings. And that's coming down really nicely too. Luke Murray is involved in that, and he's doing a great job. There's the Guild, and the rec department is about to embark upon a project there. That will be a signature project. So you have right there, I've just mentioned 3 projects that could be highlighted. And there's also the Saugatucket Park, which I was involved in. That's a fabulous project under restoration. So these are all great things, and the hub would actually do that. So that's just an example of one of the things we're working on that is involved community-wide, that promotes historic preservation, that gets our people in town thinking about their historic buildings and how cool they are and how much they give back to the community.
Yeah, I'll add one recent accomplishment was we sent out postcards to all the historic resource property owners. And I forget how many we sent out, but basically with a message, we are here to help you preserve and your historic resource, and we're happy to serve.
Great. Thank you, gentlemen. Another action item that I'm going to stop on just for a quick plug is Action 114, which is the establishment of a plaque system. And I'm only doing this because you've heard me in front of you during public comment talk about this very small investment. I think, I don't know, $5,000 to $10,000 was earmarked this coming out of ARPA. So knowing that the ARPA cycle continues to chug on and these monies have to be spent, know that we will be in front of you fairly shortly with a program proposal to kick that plaque system off. So if our time is spent, number one, addressing applications coming from the Kingston Historic District, if it's number two, spent on the action items that exist within the comprehensive plan, there are also room for other things, and those other things, we've mentioned just a couple of them here. David Hill has been instrumental in leading for the committee on the committee part in conjunction with the staff, a study that's being done in Matunic to look at historic resources that are threatened through climate change and the rise in the sea level. That project is underway. We received a CLG grant for that. And we're hoping to have some results that we'll be able to share back with the public within this year, if not early next year. David, anything else that you want to share on that?
Just that we are asking the Marine Affairs Department at URI, which I work in that department, to join in this effort as a graduate student research project or a thesis project. And I think we have a student identified that wants to jump in on this.
The second bullet here is may seem a little bit administrative and boring to you and mundane, but it's a very important one. Working with the planning department and specifically our GIS specialist to update the GIS layers with historic resources. Why is it important? It's because we're asking for different programming to make sure that whether that be an application for a design change or something that's impacting that property, and if the town is involved in that particular project, that you are at least aware that there's a historic resource in play there. In some cases, it may have no impact on the execution of that project. In other cases, it may. And we've got a number of other programs that this would influence, but having that data in the GIS system will be very important for us going forward. By the way, yes, sorry.
Has that been completed, or is it still in progress?
So I believe if we were to have Carol here, she'd say that the mechanics of it are in place. It's the data which is being finalized, and it's really upon us to help her to get the data. It's been a really difficult exercise to take the data that's found in this book here. It was the last time that our historic resources were surveyed in 1984, and update that for all kinds of crazy reasons. Number one, because the addresses are all different. We have to go and identify them within the town of South Kingstown. And secondarily, you can imagine 1984, how long ago is that? 40 some years ago. There's a lot of new historic resources. If we use the Department of Interior standards for identifying a historic resource, potential historic resource, it's 50 years. So already 40 years have gone by since that survey was done. So lots and lots of work to be done. There are opportunities for grants to help us with that, similar to what's being done in Matunic. And kind of piecemeal, we're trying to tackle the project of updating, not just the data of the ones that we know about, but updating the resources that we don't yet have listed.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And then the third item here is we're putting together another iteration of our awards program. And this is really just, I think, a nice way to recognize people in the community that have done some spectacular things with their properties. And we do have some really good examples coming around, so look forward to that.
When do you think? I remember the awards. When do you think that will be again?
David, did we schedule December or January for that?
Our plan is to accept nominations in December, and then we'll vote on those nominations in January, so at our January meeting, and announce the winner.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is a reminder. You've seen this slide before. This is where we're coming from. Lots of time dedicated towards this design review process. And this is where we'd like to be going. A lot more time spent in outreach and engagement with the community. Historic preservation planning. Believe it or not, historic preservation commissions are planning entities. That's what they do, a great deal of what they do. Historic property surveys, similar to what we're doing in Matunic, and designations, helping people to get their properties listed. So these are things where we'd like to be moving our time. And if you look at those red numbers there, that's where the comprehensive plan wants us to be active too. Those are the action items for the comprehensive plan. So where we want to go is where the community is telling us to go with the comprehensive plan. And that leads me to our proposal here. Based upon what I just said, based upon where we think we should be spending a lot of our time, we have a proposal here we can think of it in two different ways. Either create a separate commission, I know this is going to be hard for you to contemplate, but one that's not called the Historic District Commission, but one that's called a Historic Preservation Commission. And this is seen throughout the country. In Rhode Island, we have legislation that says you must have a Historic District Commission, but it doesn't say you can't have also a Historic Preservation Commission. And is it just simply a name change? Maybe, but there's a lot behind a name. We carry a lot of baggage, believe it or not, in being called the Historic District Commission, because everybody thinks of us as, oh, you're the people that regulate Kingston, aren't you? And they forget that we also care about and want to promote preservation in the rest of the town. So whether or not it's creating a separate commission, or whether or not it's called the Historic District and Preservation Commission, we probably have to have our legal team decide or give us some guidance on how best to do that. But the point being is we need to create something that allows us to be very effective and to recruit new people, because it's also a difficult thing for us to say, come join us, when the impression is all we do is Kingston. You know, we have a lot of people that care about preservation outside of Kingston.
All right, sounds like an easy one to me as far as revising the Historic District Commission to reflect the town's historic districts as opposed to solely Kingston. I have a question about this second proposal here, creation of a preservation commission. I like the idea of expanding the district commission to be the district and preservation commission. But another thought is having a subcommittee underneath the HDC whereby you appoint members to the preservation committee. Thereby it's sort of you guys working in tandem as opposed to two separate committees or commissions that are not meeting at the same times, maybe not in sync.
In fact, we had envisioned a kind of transition, and maybe this transition takes over years, where we're the same people. We're the same people with two different titles.
Yeah.
And we maybe conclude one meeting and start the next meeting. So there's a number of ways to skin the cat, and yours is I think, a just way to approach. Really what we want to do is to make sure that when we're dealing with people, they understand that we're not just the Kingston Historic District, and your suggestion is one way for us to get there, which I think is a good one.
I'm inclined to take action on that tonight if, but go ahead.
Well, it's not about that, so it's about.
Oh, just a question for Mike Ursullo. If we want to do sort of revise the purpose of the Historic District Commission, could we do that tonight?
No,
Okay.
we're going to put that on. We'll put it on the agenda for the 28th. We'll get the appropriate background, et cetera, if that's what you desire to do.
Okay.
But you'll discuss it in a public session on the next.
My question for you, Maury, and the HDC is, what way of going about creation of a preservation commission would you like best? Would you like the HDC to be HDC and Preservation Commission, or would you like a separate commission made up of the same members? How would you like to see it?
I might look towards, we've had many discussions on this topic. I think we realize that volunteers are hard to come by for one commission, let alone two commissions. So we're not suggesting that we have two groups of people. But to get closer to your point of whether or not it's two separate commissions with the same people, or one commission with a longer name. Gentlemen, did you have something you wanted to add?
Yeah, my own feeling is it should be one commission with a longer name. I think that's the simplest way to do it. And it keeps everybody on the same boat and not two boats, that could drift apart, actually. So much of what we do in the outreach reinforces what happens in Kingston and on that. And that there may be, I'm very hopeful, but there may be other historic districts that are zoning districts, regulated districts in the future. But right now, I see it as one commission with a longer name.
So I think probably just fixing the name and just broadening the charge. I don't know what's in the charter, but I did want to speak and give an example to support your great work and how transformative you can be when you attend meetings. Was it you, Rich, who was at the collaborative meeting for all the municipal property projects, and you spoke about Wakefield School? Was that you? So,
I'm not sure it was me, but I did attend the collaborative meeting.
Yeah.
Yes, and I'm trying to remember what I said.
So someone, and I think it was you, spoke about Wakefield School, the original school, and it was a large shingle-style building, was that you?
That was me.
That was
Yes,
you.
yes.
So I think when you said that, I was at the meeting and I was like, huh, interesting. And so I applaud you for actually bringing that to the Union Studios' attention. And I spoke with them afterwards to say, that's kind of a nice idea to look back to what it was and create something there that sort of evokes that same image. And that's a really good example of how the Historic District Commission is advocating for the whole town. So I
Yes.
guess it's like a great emphasis for your point about shifting either, I don't know what's in the charter and the charge, but that was a great suggestion that they didn't think about. And they were proposing multiple buildings, and you had said, well, the old school looked like this. And
Yes, I remember that clearly. And the fact that, we put a lot of energy into Saugatucket Park. And when the Olmsted brothers designed it, they had the shingle-style school there as a
Right.
backdrop for that side of the park. So it created this
Right.
edge to the park, like a wall kind of going up to say, well, this is where the park ends. So the thought was that, yes, why not have the density there to create the feeling of that, put some more density in that edge, have the smaller buildings blend behind it. So it's a neat thing to always begin with that look backward to say, what was it? How did it work?
yes,
Can that come back again?
yeah,
That's what people come here looking for, is the nature, that sort of
Right.
historic nature of what was here, and that it's not a new place, it's a blended place.
So that was like it was very eye-opening to me, like, oh, we could do that instead, and that might match what we are trying to get out of that location. So that, if you hadn't seen that part of the meeting, Patty, were you there? You were there. Yes. So I felt like that was a great example of the HDC doing some transformative work in like 5 minutes and really shifting maybe where we go, maybe where at least Union Studios looks to sort of design. So I appreciate that, and that I think we should look to just adjusting the charge and the name so that you can have a broader appeal, if that's within the charter. I don't know. Is Mike looking up the charter? It's in the charter? Okay. Thank you.
Section 4930.
One thing that I would like to just to bring up and to thank you for your work. I just want to make sure that we consider any unintended consequences of expanding the scope to include additional districts, so that we don't interfere with our ability to create affordable and workforce housing. So I just want to make sure we don't accidentally make it more difficult for people. And I'm not really sure, what you can say to that.
Sure. Well, the proposal here is only in name. It's not changing what we do, because our charge is already to look at all of South Kingstown. It's more of a perception and PR thing, if you will, but it's an important PR thing. I think Mr. Youngkin did allude to potentially in the future having additional historic districts. If that were the case, it would require a lot of review, a lot of public meetings, and hopefully it would be something very different than what's in Kingston. Kingston's in place to protect what Kingston is. If there were ever a historic district elsewhere, say in Wakefield, it would be to protect the eclectic nature of Wakefield, and it would have all of its own different rules and regulations, and would be a very different animal. And I'd say that historic preservation is probably an excellent tool for adaptive reuse of housing, as opposed to a barrier. I like to think of it as a conduit, a tool for developers to do historic preservation. There's so many different things that you can do and programs that you can leverage to make a project go. Specifically, historic tax credits is the one that comes up very often, but there are others as well. And that's a conversation that we would love to be in when it comes to when it comes to affordable housing, workforce housing, is how do we take this wonderful resource of historic cultural resources that we have and leverage those for housing. I think it's a great synergy as opposed to a barrier. Thank you for bringing up that point. It's a good one.
The
many people
Historic
do you
District
have on your
Commission.
committee?
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Greg. Go ahead, Greg.
How many people do you have on your committee?
Not enough. I think we've got
7 by charter.
two
I don't know how many you
vacancies.
have. You're supposed to have 7.
I think we've got 2 vacancies at the moment. We do have some movement going on in our board, some folks that may have to terminate within their next term. So we are in recruitment mode for all of the people out there that want to join our cause.
Can you offer a 10% raise? Price increase?
Let's make it done.
Go ahead, Mike.
I was just going to say the Historic District Commission is specified, obviously, in your charter. It specifies that you follow state law on historic district commissions as well as town ordinances. If you wanted to expand their scope, you could, but you're not going to be able to change the name without a charter change.
Does that change how you guys want to go about it here?
And that may have been the thinking of why we put out the scenario of creating a separate committee.
And yes, you could create, the council could create a separate committee. And frankly, if it wanted to, it could appoint all of the members of the Historic District Commission to that committee. But if you actually wanted a Historic District and Preservation, we would just have to do a charter change.
So does that require a vote of the voters or the vote of the council?
A charter change would require a vote of the voters. However, if you want to create, you have the authority to create a new committee whenever you deem it necessary or in the best interest of the town. So you could, and then you also have the authority to appoint who you want to that committee. And I'm just suggesting it could be the same individuals. Totally up to you.
So we'll expand the purpose of the HDC at the next meeting. We'll also create a Historic Preservation Commission, and we'll name the existing members of the HDC as the members
Right.
of the
I just don't think all
HPC.
that can happen by the 28th, so just,
Okay.
I also think it creates a complicating thing, because then you're opening a meeting, closing a meeting, opening a meeting, closing a meeting, and I don't know if the name change is as important as really expanding the scope of your work and supporting it, and maybe just changing the purpose under the charge. We could probably adjust the charge. You had the charge, right? Could we change the charge without changing the name?
you could.
So it might be simpler, and then we could do a public service announcement, like we do more to elevate community awareness by just changing the charge, same name, new purpose, expanded purpose. Because I think,
I agree. We'll do
I feel like
that
it's
on the next meeting. We'll start with that.
just a purpose change, expansion, and then a marketing and education, go back to that first bubble and trying to do more outreach and education.
All right, Mike, can that be accomplished on the meeting at the 28th?
It could if you just forward to me the language that you'd be looking for, and then I'll take a look at it, and if needs a little, editing here and there, I'll do that. And then I'll get it to you.
Go ahead.
Just a question on this. The charter, the charter provision that names the commission
Yes.
indicates that their powers and duties are outlined by state law and ordinances.
Correct.
If we're going to pass an ordinance to change their powers and duties, we have to have a public hearing.
We absolutely do if you want to make it ordinance as opposed to, a charge. So I'll take a look. We'll see what we can accomplish at the next meeting. If I come to the conclusion that to change the charge, you also need to change the ordinance, we'll do it for the, the subsequent meeting afterwards.
All right. All right.
Thank you for your really great work and participation all the time, bringing things to the public that they might not think about.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time and keep up the good work. All right, good evening, everyone. We're going to get things underway here for the regular session. Today is Tuesday, October 15th. It's a little bit after 7:30. The first order of business, as always, the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, next on the agenda is the land acknowledgement statement, which I will read. The town of South Kingstown pays homage to the indigenous people and land on which the town is now located. Let this acknowledgement serve as a reminder of our ongoing efforts to recognize, honor, reconcile, and partner with the Narragansett tribe whose land and water we benefit from today. Next, we have the roll call.
Council President McEntee.
Here.
Council Vice President Marin.
Here.
Councilmember Bergner.
Here.
Councilmember Alley.
Here.
Councilmember Sweet.
Here.
All members are present.
Thank you. That's going to bring us to item 5, approval of minutes of previous meetings. Mike Ursillo, you want to comment on this one? Although these were given to the Secretary of State's office, it was not on our website. Can you speak on that?
I would simply continue this matter to the October 28th meeting.
So moved.
Second.
All right, we got a motion to continue. We have a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, this item is continued to the next meeting. It's going to bring us to item 6, the consent agenda.
Motion to approve item 6. A through J, I'm sorry.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, that passes. That's going to bring us to item 7, public comments, formerly known as comments from interested citizens. At this point, we're going to invite people to come up and speak on any issue they choose. We're just going to ask that they introduce themselves, and we're going to limit you to 5 minutes. We're going to do 30 minutes on public comments, then we're going to move to new business, try to move through that rather quickly, and then come back to public comments. But with that said, first come, first serve. Come on up.
Turn the microphone on. Push the button on the right.
That one? Yep. That one?
Yep.
Okay. Arthur Palmer, 28 Teal Drive. And I'm the lead plaintiff on the lawsuit against the town for maintaining of our roads. And I'm here to request until the case has been settled that you would reinstate the services that we've been denied since the beginning of your choosing, I guess is the word. I'm here to represent, I'm the lead plaintiff, but I'm representing 34 other households that deal with the same issue, and you should have received the complaint.
All right, because you are a plaintiff in that matter, we're going to refer that to the legal counsel here.
Yeah, I actually received the complaint today. I want you to know that I did share it with the town council, and we will proceed. I will be speaking with your attorney, and if there's anything we can work out, we can. If not, we'll proceed in court.
Okay, very good. Thank you much. You want me to turn this off?
Murray Gates from South Road in Wakefield. Since 2010, I've been working, or I've been introducing to different administrations, I guess we've had 3 different administrations, an opportunity, I guess we'll call it, to address a really major risk that we have associated with the Saugatucket River. That particular river has flooded since 2010, which was our 500-year storm, so many times and created so much property damage to a building that my family owns, a very small building. It's been over $150,000 in damages, 4 different floods, 4 different times. One of the reasons that this takes place is that the town's infrastructure impedes the river from flowing like it normally would without that infrastructure. Think culverts and bridges. So the opportunity that I've been introducing to the town on a regular basis since 2010 is to use FEMA funding to study the river. It's called an hydraulic and hydrologic study, an H&H study. I know that our town engineer, Rich Bourbonnais, actually made that proposal, I think, to the town for its consideration, to put some money aside. You don't even have to match. I think it's like a 25% match up against FEMA's dollars to do this study. Where would the study go? The study would allow you to identify areas to mitigate future storm damage. I thought after seeing what happened to Asheville, North Carolina, it would be a very timely thing for people to understand just how devastating a major event can be. So we've suffered property damage, okay, the insurance pays for a lot of it, but at some point there's going to be a human cost to a future event. And I really want, probably not you folks because the budget cycle takes, or hopefully some of you folks, the budget cycle next year, when you and your fellow colleagues are able to make a commitment on the behalf of the town to invest in the safety and in the property of our commercial and residential buildings in the town of South Kingstown. It's a major, major problem, and it would require just a little bit of investment on the part of the town to understand how do we resolve and mitigate that problem. So this was just a kind of a tickler. I'll be back after the election cycle and when you folks are getting ready for the next budget cycle.
December.
Starts in December?
Yeah, capital improvement, December.
Okay. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Mari. Go ahead, Mike.
If you want a homework assignment for come back in December, there may also be money available under the Inflation Reduction Act. There is money set aside for coastal towns to deal with some issues like sea level rise, but I think there may be other provisions, and Reed or White House's office should know about it as well.
I'll be happy to look into it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Roberta Mulholland. It's good to see public comments early after the League of Women Voters. I thought you were going to have to do it, Rory, and I appreciate it. Have we also reinstated the long-standing public questions and comments during the business agenda?
So we sort of do that on a discretion basis. So we're not
For decades, it was the regular thing until a unilateral decision by Abel Collins stopped that. And I've asked for this many times. I would like you to consider that you probably weren't at meetings when this was the usual way of business. There weren't a lot of comments, they weren't long, but the citizens had the ability to stand up and ask questions or give knowledge that they had about things that you were voting on. So I would like to see that. Seriously, again, you weren't here. That, for decades, was how this town council worked, and that was a public-friendly council atmosphere in this room. So it doesn't sound like we're going to speak on the business agenda.
We will consider that, Roberta. Thank you.
I do have a comment, in case you don't, on the memorandum on the use of $1.25 million that you had designated for Main Street facade, excuse me, improvement. And as I understand it, no one was really interested. Then it somehow got opened up, I think, to Peacedale. I remember Deb asking for Peacedale, so however that worked. So it looks like there's 22 applications. Are these the only 3, which I doubt because it's not 1.25? And I would suggest that you look at them all together. Instead of piecemealing them, we're going to do 2 here, 3 here. How is the 1.25 going to be spent? I'm a little surprised at these recommendations. I would like to know when and where the committee of 6 meets.
So we're going to have more information on that tonight, actually. Planning Director Rabbit is going to present on an overview as to the facade improvement program, the makeup of the committee, what went into the decision-making behind recommendations to the council, and how many applications have been made, what's the amount of money sought in total as compared to the amount we've approved as part of the ARPA allocation
Well,
here.
it actually says all this in this memo.
So you know then
It
that-
says this, but you're saying he's going to talk about it during your business agenda, and I'm not going to be able to ask any questions, so I'm just asking, where does this 6-member committee meet? When do they meet? Have I missed the public notices of this? This is ARPA money. This is tax dollars. Can you
We'll
tell
have
me
that
when they
answer
meet?
to you tonight.
Okay. I'm also a little surprised at where this money is going. This appears to me, and I remember Jamie's presentation about this and his constant reference to urban renewal that night. This is going to properties that the owners haven't even owned very long in this town. So I'm wondering how that works. It's going for things that are nice, but not really necessary. One is going to a construction company for $25,000 for one window treatment. That's odd. One is going, $100,000 is going to the old Jeff Mellish office, which I think is owned by, it's not owned by Keene Architects, but it's going to Keene Architects. That's $100,000. And the other one tonight is $100,000 to Johnny Cake Center. I don't know if that's going to the nonprofit Johnny Cake Center, or if that's going to the if it's going to the real estate development company. And that's, you know, this is to install hardy board versus vinyl siding. Utilize a granite foundation veneer versus proposed thin stone veneer. $7 million you passed on last meeting, September 23rd. $7 million that you hadn't figured out how to use, and that you went, boom. It looked like a wish list of every department because you were running out of time. I don't know what you actually spent the money on with forethought. I mean, there were some consultants, but this, I think, needs to be looked at, all of them together, for $1.25 million. And frankly, this was not a good use. This picks winners. So here are 3 winners in town who get to improve their property with tax dollars. I think we could have done a little better with this. Infrastructure improvements to Mr. Gates talked about the flooding. You know, there could have been better uses to this. Thank you.
Thank you.
So before we go on, could I just say something about the change of the meeting format?
Go ahead.
So I agree that the public comment should be moved forward. That just feels like it happened outside of the 5 of us discussing it. It's a good decision, but I don't know how it got decided. And then I do think Roberta Mulholland's point about addressing the business items makes sense, because wherever you put public comment, we've either denied them the opportunity to contribute and ask a question, or we've pushed them all the way to the back and they're barely hanging on at 10:45 or 11 o'clock, which isn't fair either. So one, if you could just speak to how it was decided that we were going to shift the meeting without a vote of the council. I think it's fine, but I think, imagine if you weren't the president and somebody just decided in the background something that the 4 of us didn't like. So like, that's all, if you could just speak to that.
Sure. So I think there was,
Could I just ask you to add to the agenda discussion of rules and procedures?
Motion to add. So moved.
all right, we got a motion. Second. All in favor? Aye. All right. So I think based on all our experiences up here, based on what we were hearing from the community, there was an interest that public comment be moved forward to the beginning of the agenda. I mean, we were having meetings going to 10, 11 at night and just finishing new business at that time and then getting to public comment thereafter. I think we're all in agreement based on representations made publicly that public comment should be moved up to the beginning. So and we deferred to the manager and had him change the agenda to reflect such.
Who's the we?
Well, I spoke with Jim. Mike Marin had a communication that was going to be on this meeting. We discussed it, decided there was no need for it. Let's just move it up. We don't need to have a discussion about it. We believed everyone would be in support of it, and I believe you are in support of it.
I am in support of it. But imagine if you weren't the president and somebody decided something
Would
in the
you-
background, and then it came forward and said, this is what we're doing.
So would you rather have public comment stayed at the end for this meeting so that we could discuss
Nope.
it to come to the same conclusion?
I
This
just,
allowed us to just move it right up, to address concerns that we had been hearing actively.
are you done?
I'm
Okay.
just explaining.
I just want you to imagine if somebody made changes outside of the group of five, that we are all the same, all equal, all the same, one vote equals everybody else's, that decision got made elsewhere. So it's fine, but I would like to now discuss if we can have the community, because I wasn't part of the discussion that changed the agenda, I'd like to take that point that we've heard multiple times from people, they want to be able to comment and ask a question on a business item. If something is discussed, they can't ask a question about it. They're just trapped in the back watching. And they may have, like Roberta Mohan said, people might have a contributing piece of information. So are we going to allow it? I would like to.
So right now it is a discretion basis, meaning if
So
items
that's a
come
no?
up. Well, no, can you allow me to finish and answer to
I
this?
think I ought to intervene a little bit here. So if you all, you obviously can't vote on this tonight, it wasn't on the agenda, you can discuss it. If you, as a group, want to make a change to permit that, that would require a vote on an agenda at a future council meeting.
So
Okay.
I would like
Because
to,
every town, believe me, every town does this differently, but it's all based on
I
their rules
understand.
of procedure.
I
Yeah.
understand. We don't have 100 people who want to speak. We might have 5 people who want to say something. I think I would like, at the next meeting, to really talk about the rules, to not talk about them in the back, to bring them forward, to make it fair to everybody, because I spent a lot of time in the audience and as a member of the public speaking at the microphone, and it is intimidating, it is scary, and we want to welcome them. We don't want them to feel like we just want them to be quiet so we can move on.
I agree. I'm happy that we've moved the public comment up. I have no problem with comments during new business, but I do want to state that there was a lot of discussion of this during the League of Women Voters the other night, and a lot of us, including myself, in the closing statement did express that the public comments at the end are really difficult for many reasons. It's not easy, and I'm glad to move it forward, and hopefully this is something that will make things better. I was not part of any separate discussion, but my impression after the League of Women Voters was that we all knew it was something that people wanted changed, and that we did too.
So if, for the sake of the public, because now we're taking their public comment time, if we could just put it on the agenda that we're going to amend the rules of conduct and conduct an appropriate in-person process, the next meeting we could just zip this cross off the list and move on to the next person.
So I want to just ask what the rules say currently as it relates to new business items. Can you advise us on that, Mike?
Give me an opportunity to look it up, and while I'm looking it up, feel free to continue to take public comment.
Okay.
My name is Lori Keene, and I am one of the applicants here before your new business tonight, so glad to have a moment to speak. I want to thank you for your time and attention to it. I feel deeply about the kind of historic nature of the bill. Sorry, that's right.
For 1 minute, I need to interrupt. I didn't think you were going to come up during public comment. I represent Keene Architects. I filed a recusal with the Ethics Commission and with the clerk. If there's going to be any discussion, I'm just going to step away.
Fine, but yeah, sure.
Thank you. anyways, it is a historic building. I love it so very dearly. I'm very proud of the work that we have been able to put into it. And the money that we're requesting really is going to help us get to a point where we can finish those fine details that are going to be a more historic restoration of sorts. Rather, I can't meet the actual historic nature of it because we're not in a historic district, all the things we just heard earlier tonight, but I'm really trying to make an effort to do things the way that they would have been done. And I just wanted to kind of point that out and say thank you so much for the time and attention to it. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anyone else in the audience wish to speak? Everybody can just come on up.
Good evening, I'm Kate Brewster, and I just wanted to take a second to clarify about our project, and I'm grateful that we're on the list tonight, and I appreciate Mrs. Mulholland's comments. The two items that she mentioned in terms of what we were planning are just two small details of what the overall project is. It's really a total revamp of the entire front of the building at our old thrift store, which is being converted to a youth center. We're pumping about $900,000 into that project, so this final 100, of which 50% we will pay ourselves, kind of wraps it up in a nice bow, and I think that the kids who will access the youth center in this town deserve to have a good-looking place to go to after school. So I just wanted to clarify, it's more than just the veneer on the foundation and the hardy plank. There's a lot more that goes into it, so thank you for putting us on the list tonight.
Thank you, Kate. All right, anyone else in the audience wish to speak? All right, Mike, while you're still looking at the new business, but I just want to try some, oh, Doral, come on up.
And I will be able to respond after Doral.
Okay.
Good evening, my name is Doral Beasley. I'm here tonight to talk about a friend of mine who's also a member of your council. His name is Greg Sweet. Mr. Sweet got to sit up there with those other four people back in February with the resignation of former councilwoman Jessica Rose. In 2016, the town council at that time had approved a change to the charter to go before the voters and how vacancies in the council are filled, and it went to the voters and they decided that it would go in the order of the person in sixth place from the prior election. If that person declined the invitation, that would go to the seventh place person, and if both of those people declined, then the council would appoint the member themselves, like that used to be. Now, Mr. Sweet, the first two times he ran as an independent. The second year, in 2020, he came in sixth place by 58 votes. 2 years ago, he ran as a Republican because his fiscal gut, and he's a conservative. He watches the pennies, and he's been like that as a member of this council in your favor. If you're a taxpayer, he's the guy you want up there now. But 2 years ago, he lost by almost 900 votes. So what changed? Nothing, except it went from an I in front of his name to an R. Now, he's the first Republican to be seated at that table in 22 years. Since Anna Prager, her last term ended in 2002. Greg is a respected business owner in this town, and a proponent of everything, of all things South Kingstown. I want people to understand what I said about we haven't elected a Republican to this council in 22 years, and how weird it is, okay? Back in the 1990s and before, this town often had Republican and Democratic-led town councils. Some great people have been up there. Gil and Delia, Hap Smith. The list goes on and on. Republicans and Democrats working together. But for some reason, in the state of Rhode Island, nobody likes to elect a Republican anymore. Over 90% of our legislators up in Providence, in the House of Representatives, in the Senate, are Democrats. I'm here tonight to say that Mr. Sweet deserves your full attention, and I hope you'll see through the R, past the R, because when he finished 58 votes behind, and when he finished 900 votes behind, nothing changed. He's the same person. He's the same great person, businessman, family man. No, and I want people to remember that. So try and have an open mind between starting tomorrow, 3 weeks tonight, when the votes are counted. I hope you'll be sitting there for real this time.
All right, thank you, Doyle. Mike, what do you got for us?
So you can amend your rules if you desire at the next meeting. Right now, the public is permitted to speak by law at public hearings, and also by your rules during public comment period for 5 minutes. If you would like, and you desire to do so, we could amend the rules to say during public comment period and during new business for a total of 5 minutes.
All right.
So I can prepare that amendment for you to get it before you. It'll be on the agenda. At that time, you can discuss and then vote whether or not you want to change your rules.
That works.
Okay, I'll take care of it.
And I want to try something different tonight. We're going to see how this works. When we address each new business item, after our director comes up to brief us on the certain item, or any applicant comes up to discuss their certain request, if anyone wishes to speak in the audience on that specific item, I'm going to ask you to raise your hand. If I don't see anyone raising their hand while we're still on that item, I'm going to assume no one in the audience wishes to speak on that item, and we're going to move to the next item. And we're going to do that each item down the line here in new business. We're going to see how that goes. We're going to try it out. Go ahead.
Thank you for being open to that. I know you don't like that I brought this up, that you met in public and in private and tried to work it through. But it's also to protect Jim. He's the town manager. We don't want one person to go and lobby Jim. If he doesn't do what he's told, it creates a problem, right? He doesn't know where to go. He doesn't have a majority direction. So we want to conduct that in the public so that we're all on the same page. And Jim is clear on he's serving the majority of the council, not one or two people who have a private. I know that's not true.
No, I'd like to.
But I know that coaching meeting that happens on Wednesdays, the agenda prep.
No, that's not correct. I set the agenda, I go over with the president and vice president. I'll tell you, there's one more piece of this.
You set the agenda, they don't move it around?
I set the agenda.
Okay, they have no influence on any of the items?
I briefed them on the agenda because they run the meeting. But let me explain to you exactly what happened. So, Vice President Marin did send an email. It was brought up at the agenda, and then I actually said, we really need to move this now, because this is the third or fourth time since I've been here in 2.5 years that public comment has been renamed or moved It started out this way, went to the end, came back, went before new business. So it just made sense. And the consensus of the town council at the time was, set the agenda, make the move. Because the one time we brought it before the council, we debated it for 2 hours and nothing got done, maybe an hour and a half. So the decision was made, if it makes sense, I listened to the residents, they wanted it forward, let's limit it to a half hour. Once I saw Vice President Marin's email, I just thought, you let me do it last time, let's just try it. Let's not wait another cycle of meetings. And, so I made a decision to move it, and I think it's the right decision, but it wasn't nothing nefarious, no backroom deals. I did it twice before, and I figured I'd do it a third time, and it seems to work. That's what really happened.
Okay. All right, we're going to move to new business now.
Oh,
go ahead.
I did want to make a public comment. So I had a chance on Saturday. I saw a bunch of you at Oktoberfest, and I just want to, I think I walked away realizing how large of a draw that has to the community, and people might not realize. 2 people I spoke with came from Warwick and East Greenwich, and they had never been to Oktoberfest. They had never been to Main Street. They had never been in our community. So I want to recognize the good work of Wakefield Village, CTC, everybody who put that big event on, and for us to realize how important, I guess it was very eye-opening to me how broad of a reach that was. It was a beautiful day, and tons of people were there, but it was a great event, and that we need to recognize that when we talk about Main Street revitalization, Peacedale Village revitalization. These are events that will help snowball and improve the economic vitality of the town. So I just wanted to give a big shout out to everyone who worked really hard to make it. I know it happens a lot, but to realize the reach, people are just showing up for the very first time, and it's like the 10th time if we've had Oktoberfest or Summer's End. So keep that in mind every time we talk about economic growth in our town.
All right. All right, we're now going to move to new business. I'm just going to reiterate how we're going to go about this here. So we're going to move down each item here. Each department or other person who will be presenting as to each item, they're going to go up. After they present, I'm going to look to the audience. I'm not even going to ask the question. I'm just going to look. If anyone is raising their hand, that means that you wish to speak on that item, and I'm going to invite you up. If I look around, I don't see anyone raising their hand, we're going to move on to a vote and then go to the next item. So hopefully we're clear there. We're going to see how this goes. But with that said, we're going to start at A. Wendy, come on up.
Good evening, Wendy Dewart, Town Assessor. Before you is tax abatement request number 642 in the amount of $12,267.99, consisting of elderly late filers and assessor decisions from appeals. I do want to take this time to remind folks that they have 2 weeks and a day left to appeal with me. The deadline to appeal is October 30th, not the 31st. The 31st is Halloween. If you come in my office, we'll be dressed up with candy, but we won't take your appeal. But you can obtain the form in a few ways. We have paper applications in our office. Come on in. We'll walk you through it if you need to. Or they are available on the southkingstownrhodeisland.gov website. If you go under departments, under Town Assessor, once you get to my page on the left-hand side, there's 3 places. It's under Forms, Property Assessment Appeals if you scroll all the way down, and I believe I also put under Property Revaluation as well. I do ask that when you appeal that you provide as much documentation as possible to assist in my review, a letter of explanation as to what the issue is, how you would like to seek remedy, photos, and the holy grail would be an appraisal. As of today, I have 21 appeals filed, of which 19 have been decisioned. And I believe we spoke about it briefly at the last town council meeting, but we do accept late filers throughout the year. So if you notice you didn't file, you can come in. You don't need a reason to be late. You can just submit the form. And those of you who are watching, this is an income-sensitive program, so you must not make more than $45,197 in gross household income to qualify. By home, you have to be legally domiciled for a minimum of 5 years, so not a secondary residence like a cottage or even a secondary home that's not your primary residence. And you must be 65 years of age and older as of 12/31/2023. And if there's any questions, I will take them.
Any questions from council members? All right, do I hear a motion on this?
Motion to approve item 8A.
We have a motion. Do I hear a
Second.
second? We have a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, that passes. Thank you, Wendy. Jamie Rabbit, come on up.
Excuse me one moment. So with regards to this agenda item, sorry, Mr. Chairman, I was preparing a slide. Could you get me to our agenda item, please?
Item 8B.
This is what Murray Gates was talking about during the work session, I believe, correct?
Yes,
It's the
it was.
survey of Matunic?
Yep, preservation services to survey areas of
I kn-
Matunic subject
Yeah,
to adverse
let me,
impacts.
Jamie, until you find it, let me just
Yeah.
give a background on what this is all about. So this is an agenda item because of the number of $20,000. This was a mistake by the town, the staff, and it's ultimately on my shoulders. It was a mistake that it took this long to get on here. So this was signed by me in August. It was a grant that was recommended by the town, by the state, for the town to be a sub-grantee to get this grant and issue it for the sea level rise study in Matunic. Because we were sub-grantees, it was assumed that this would not have to go on an agenda, even though it exceeded the $10,000. But that was a mistake. And we should have put this on the agenda on day one. So I did sign it. The grant, the person who's getting this grant was the only person that applied. He was granted this. We went back to the state and said, there's one person that applied. Could we give this grant to that one person? Would you like us to re-advertise? They said, no, one is good. So this person here, who has technically, well, what was awarded by me signing it, has not received payment yet. So once we sorted all this out, the staff, we said, put it on the agenda. Ultimately, the council decides on anything over 10,000. This was an oversight on behalf of the staff.
And
All
the
right.
primary oversight was the terminology of subrecipient, that it was a pass-through from the state to the town, and no town funds were being exhausted or distributed as part of this grant. So again, I won't let Mr. Manning take all the blame on this one. As the director of the planning department, we're the ones who were processing this grant. Again, the oversight was in the terminology of subrecipient. So we ran the contract through legal, we ran the contract internally through the finance department. Everything was signed, everything was started to be processed. It was caught when we got our first invoice, and we were setting up the purchase order and the accounts for that. And then we realized that on our own procedures, even though it's a subrecipient, anything over $10,000 has to go to town council. So again, oversight on our behalf. So none of the work was undertaken prior to the signing of a contract.
All right, Jamie, can you talk a little bit about the specifics of the work?
So it's kind of an exciting project. We received, again, $20,000 from the state of Rhode Island, specifically the Historic Preservation and Resource, to look at 50 properties in the Matunic Beach area and how those historic properties will be affected by sea level rise. There was a kickoff meeting back in June, and they're doing their inventory analysis, and they will report back to us hopefully in the middle of November, if not December. I think Murray Gates said hopefully by the end of the year, perhaps at the beginning of next year, on their evaluation of which of those 50 properties are most susceptible to sea level rise. And it puts us in a position as time goes on for potential grants or the ability to react to that sea level rise and help to protect or shore up those properties. Puts us in a good position long term on the grant side.
All right. Go ahead.
So, Jamie, I just misunderstood, maybe I misheard. So the consultant hasn't been paid, but they did do the kickoff event in June.
Correct.
So they just did it, they just knew to, Jim signing in August, I'm confused on
So
that.
we did not receive an invoice until mid-September,
Okay.
even though they started work in June.
Okay.
Once they gave us that invoice and we went through the process of getting them paid, again, it was flagged. We brought it as quickly as possible before you so that we can process that invoice. And the consultant has been kept abreast of the situation all along.
All right, Jamie, here's a question for you. So anytime an expenditure is made in excess of $10,000, it requires town council approval?
That is my understanding, regardless of who the funding agency is.
What about entering into an agreement to spend at a later date something that's going to cost in excess of $10,000? That can be authorized by the manager without approval by the town council?
That would be a question for legal.
So I believe that is correct, that it would have to go to the council, but I always use this as my guide. When in doubt, bring it to the council. We've done things that are less than $10,000, and my staff knows that. I'd rather have the council informed on it and make a well-informed decision on whether to do it or not. This was purely an oversight. There's no question about it. I think I signed it in August, Jamie, you told me?
Yes.
All right, so once we...
Actually, excuse me, in June. And,
June? Well, you told me August, so that's the second mistake. But anyway, the point I'm trying to make is once we found it, and once we realized this was a mistake, and it was because of our checks and balances, our finance department actually found it and said, no, this has to go to the council. That's when it took all of 2 seconds to make that decision. Own up to it, bring it to the council, let them decide on where this goes. But when in doubt, we will bring you everything. You will be informed on just about everything that we're moving along, unless it's something so mundane that you don't.
Thank you, Jim. Go ahead.
I'm just trying to I understand what happened, I just want to just know what the timeline is. In June, Mr. Runyon, is that his name? Runyon?
Yes.
Something? Mr. Runyon was told he was awarded the bid, and he held the kickoff meeting.
Correct.
I feel like I don't even know that we knew that, because I was about to say, oh, have you reached out to the Matuna Community Association? Have you reached out to all the organizations of people to get people to come? You know, Roy's or whatever, all the people that live down there in that area. So I'm confused, but that didn't happen, but there was a kickoff. Now they're giving us, they basically said, here's the invoice for the work, and then in about 6 weeks, you'll get the report. That's what's left to give us, is this report at the end of the deliverables?
No, they've done the inventory and analysis. They've held a public meeting. They still have to summarize that and submit reports to the town for review. It goes back to them, and then there'll be a final draft, and then that'll come forward as a product, a work product. So again, they're not at 99% completion phase yet. They're still in the process of analyzing data and developing reports.
So the executive summary of the findings of the survey needs to be created, the inventory and some pictures of the properties, is that's what he's going to deliver?
Inventory is underway, and we have a summary of that.
Okay. And then from there, what would be the next step after that? His work might be done, but what's our work after that?
Ultimately, all the information he submits to us is reviewed by staff. There's a discussion back to them, and then it will be brought to the Historic District Commission, because that's who he's primarily working with. The liaison is Brian Wagner there. And again, they'll go through and make sure all of the scope has been addressed, completed to the satisfaction of the town as the award of contract, and the Historic District Commission with respect to work product. So.
Okay. So is it possible for you to give us in that deliverables when the survey was held, how many people came, how it was promoted? Because I kind of pay attention and I just feel like it just went right over. And did anyone recall? You went?
I attended.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Marin was there in June. There was some discussion originally what it was going to be at the Matunic Club, and it ended up being held graciously at the Land Trust because they offered our facility versus some contractual obligations at another facility. So, and again, I believe the meeting was relatively well attended. And again, it's a very targeted project. It's the 50 properties in Matunic and their effect from sea level rise. So all the property owners were notified of that meeting.
Go ahead.
I understand the confusion about the sub-agreement because the money is coming from the state, and I don't have a problem with that. Mike, is there anything special that we need to do in terms of a motion to approve the contract because it's after the fact?
No, because you're just ratifying it. You're fine.
Right. And for what it's worth, I did attend the kickoff event. It wasn't terribly well attended. It was a good discussion for the people who were there. And it was a fluke that I even found out that it was going on because Murray Gates and I must be friends on Facebook or something because it was a post that he did that alerted me to the fact that it was going on, but there was nothing from the town about it, which that needs to be worked on. But at any rate, I understand the confusion with the state money.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions for Jamie? Do I hear a motion on this item?
Motion to approve item 8B.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. All right, that passes. Thank you, Jamie. It's going to move us to the next one here. Go ahead.
Okay. You have a request from the Johnny Cake Center for Hope, and I believe Kate Brewster is here this evening. She's in the back. You initially granted $200,000 for the creation of 4 affordable units on Kersey Road. It was a unit that they intended to raise and rehab into 4 units. That has come into some funding glitches as a federal award is involved, so they have to do some environmental analysis of that property. So there was concern that those $200,000 would not be able to be expended or contractually obligated by December, the end of December. So Ms. Brewster has asked that the town council move that $200,000 to the property immediately east to it, which is on the corner of Kersey and Green Street, and allow them to use those funds for a renovation of that structure. Originally, that structure was targeted for a tear-down rebuild, but in looking at their cost estimates, they found it more financially prudent to leave the remaining structure, improve the existing structure, make renovations interiorly to that structure, and because they're not doing a tear-down rebuild, they're only proposing to do 2 units there, and that would be a subsidy of $100,000 a unit. But again, you get the renovation of an existing historic mill property, and both of those units will be deed restricted affordable. And again, if I can't answer any questions, Ms. Brewster is here this evening. Again, the primary difference is there was a $50,000 per unit subsidy, and now that subsidy would be $100 per unit.
All right, thank you, Jamie. Kate, if you do want to speak on this, feel free to come up. If anyone has questions for Jamie, go ahead.
So we're going to lose, we had 4 units, and now we'll have 2, right? So we've lost 2 affordable units in our housing inventory, correct? Is that what you're telling me?
No, there were 2 existing, so your housing
They were gonna do
affordability
4.
count won't go down.
They were
okay?
gonna do 4,
Yeah,
they're
so
just
you're
gonna
not-
do 2.
We're not going backwards, we're staying level. I should point out too is, and Kate can talk to this more than I can, that the other unit is not a project they're abandoning. They intend to move forward with that. They just have other funding sources.
Right, that's in the memo, the grant from Senator Reed, you're going to just use that.
All right. Any other questions? Any specific questions for Kate Brewster here?
Yeah. You have other funding for the other project, and that's why you...
So we received a $500,000 HUD grant, which requires that you do a full environmental review, as Mr. Rabbit alluded to. So that's going to take some time. So we wouldn't be able to enter into any agreements or contracts before the end of the year to satisfy the ARPA requirement. We can move much more quickly on the second property, which we're currently getting full construction plans. We'll put out to bid in a few weeks and should be able to select a contractor by the end of the year, easily. We have funds that we can put on top of the $200,000 ARPA funds to make that project whole, and we'll have to put some additional funding into the other property as well. They're really in bad shape. As you know, one of them had a fire. We require some structural engineering and other major renovations. So they're too expensive rehabs.
All right. Any other questions?
So in summary, you're shifting over, you're going to take $200,000, you're going to build 2 3-bedroom units, which are deed restricted.
Correct.
And the total cost to make it all is $400,000, but we're only giving you half. You have the other half.
Correct.
Okay. Sounds great to me. We need housing. I'm going to keep saying it.
Well,
We
and
need
that's why
housing.
we've pivoted, because the urgency of the issue and the quickness by which we can do the renovations versus the tear downs and rebuilds, and the cost of that just seems too much.
I do have one ancillary question. So these 2 3-bedroom units, when you offer them up to families, do you try to first go to South Kingstown families who, right? So
Absolutely.
Because coordinated entry, goes
that's-
everywhere.
That was the whole point in our deal with the Warm Center, really, with the Welcome House, was that we would target local families, and we definitely have done that.
So we're going to really take a family that might be in a different set of circumstances and put them in here, which I think we want to help our own residents succeed and thrive, not while someone in another neighboring town is important. We have a lot of people here who we need to serve.
We might bring someone back. We have several homeless families that are in Providence and Woonsocket, so we might try to get them back here. But the focus is certainly people who have deep roots in this town.
Thank you for saying that.
Any other questions for Kate? Go ahead.
Are these units going to be long-term rental or? Okay.
We basically say to families, as long as they're good tenants and pay their rent, they can stay there as long as that unit fits their family size. So we're really intending to see those families throughout the life cycle of their child's education, whether that's college, but once kids start moving out, you have a 5-bedroom and 2 people, we're going to try to move you along somewhere else. But it's not transitional housing.
All right. Sounds excellent, Kate.
Thank you.
Do I hear a motion on this item?
Motion to approve item 8C.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. All right, that passes. It's going to move us to item C here.
I'm going to step out again.
So Jamie, before we get into the specifics of each application here, I'm going to ask that you do a little background for everyone who's listening here, explaining the facade improvement program generally, the criteria that we established. You can talk a little bit about the committee that has met to vet out the applications and how they came to their recommendations and how often they've met. So go ahead.
So if you bear with me, I have a couple of slides that I can put up. So just as taking a step backwards, the town had $1.25 million of ARPA funds that have been dedicated to this. Again, the maximum grant award was $100,000. Any work in excess of $50,000 was a 50% match. 25 to 50,000 was a 40% match. Below $25,000 was a 25% match. This grant is a reimbursement format, and the applicant will agree to, in essence, a mechanics type lien to maintain the infrastructure or improvements that they propose for a period of 5 years. So if there was awning money and they took down an awning, unfortunately, they would potentially be beholden to the town for the value of that awning that they agreed to have up for 5 years. We were a little concerned on a owner-tenant relationship versus an owner-occupant on a commercial space. So one thing I will point out, on the eligible areas by a vote of the council, Wakefield and Peacedale were your two targeted areas. There was a committee of 6. It contained a member from EDC, Historic District, and 4 internal staff members.
So if you just wanted to answer the question we have from the public is when was that meeting held? And so it doesn't sound to me like it's required that you have a posted agenda and public notice, but I'm looking at Mike. I don't think so.
That's correct, because it doesn't constitute a public body.
So, again, that meeting was held. We spent close to 4 hours going over all of the 22 applications. There were a number of those applications that the committee felt were, we'll use the term shovel ready. There were others that needed a little more work, and we've been coordinating and contacting those other grant applicants to try and solidify their applications to bring forward to the town council, and we were hoping to bring the other grant award individuals forward to you on October 28th, so with full recommendations from staff and the committee.
So Jamie, I just want to clarify here, of the total amount of grants sought by applicants here, that total amount is less than the 1.25 that we've allocated of ARPA funds, is that correct?
Yes, we had 1.25 allocated. We're in about the 1.12 range right now. That is fluctuating a little bit as we talk to some of the landowners who are at the 40% range, or they didn't realize something would qualify, so some of their numbers have changed slightly.
So the committee here has been active in working with the applicants to try to best accomplish the best situation for them, whereas if they're at the 40%, or if you just throw a little more costs at it, you get to the 50%, which net would be more beneficial toward them?
I think early on, some of the grant applications realized that if I had a $40,000 grant application, I'm reimbursable for 40%, which is 26 and 14, or roughly in that range. If I go to 50, which only requires me to spend another $1,000 or so of my own money, I get a $25,000 match. So again, they're looking at their program very closely to try and fall in that 50% match. Mm-hmm. Understanding in the conversations we have with all the applicants that if someone was in the 50% portal, we're not going to move their funds to your 40%. They should be fully funded. That's what they originally applied for. But based on the funds available, there may be the opportunity for that 40% to go to 50. Again, I give kudos to the committee and their diligence of reviewing all of these applications and making suggestions to staff to carry forward to the applicants. You'll hear that in a couple of the grants that we're going to discuss tonight.
All right, go ahead.
So everyone who applied, all 22 applicants were approved? Is that?
We will make full recommendations to you for the remainders next month. The committee felt that 2 of the applicants did not qualify, but ultimately that will be a decision of the town council, and I will lay out for you why the committee felt they either did not completely qualify or based on the other applicants scored very low on our matrix.
So I heard the membership was someone from the EDC, someone from Historic District. Who are those people? Can we know who they are?
You had Susan Marcus from EDC, and you had Rich Youngkin from the Historic District Commission.
Great, those are great choices. Yeah. And then you, and I'm assuming Luke Murray.
Luke Murray, Rich Bourbonnais, and Terry Murphy.
Okay. So Jim.
And then, I helped them set up the committee. I told them vet everything, then come to me. I'll look at them, and it was my decision at their recommendation, but it's a good decision, get the money out as quickly as possible, because some people, we couldn't get them all equal as far as preparedness for this grant. Some people were dragging, some people could not find either an architect or someone to bid on the project. So as the projects came up, they weren't handpicked, and they met the qualifications, and we knew that we would not be spending more than the 1.2 million based on the value that was coming in to do this. The decision was made, as soon as they qualify, stop putting them out to the council and let them approve.
I understand. Okay, can you go back to that grant distribution section? I was reading something when you said that. So if they maintain the improvements for 5 years, the loan is forgiven. What if they sell the property?
It just goes with the property. I mean, what you're trying to do is leverage a $1.25 million into $2.5 million worth of facade upgrades or building upgrades in your community. Whether it's Mike Orsillo and he sells it to Jim Manny, it's a building upgrade. It's really not personal to the owner, from my perspective. You're upgrading properties, almost devoid of ownership. And that owner, at the time of the grant reward, is investing their own resources as a matching to the town's resources. So if it's sold a year from now, I don't know how it affects the upgrade to the facade. The facade has been upgraded, and if it's sold, I don't know how that would, how the committee reviewed it and the way we thought out. It shouldn't affect the fact that the facade upgrade was done and completed, and why would they have to return the money? The only reason the maintenance or mechanics lien is being placed is so that someone doesn't do something and then a year later undo it.
Right, but if logically I think about my own home, and if I replaced all the windows and then I went to sell my house, I could be able to say, I've replaced all the windows in my new home, and then command a higher price. So we're basically, if somebody sells at any point in the first 5 years, they're going to benefit from that facade grant.
But the ultimate benefactor is the town, because the facade was upgraded. And that's how it was, my understanding of it, the initial view and the setup of the grant program.
But the business will also benefit if they sell within.
It's quite possible that the post improvements value will be higher. But again, without this program, I don't think the investments in these buildings would be made in the timely manner that this will accomplish for the town.
So Jamie, how would we monitor whether it's maintained over a 5-year period?
Good question.
So, if we had a date of January 1, 2025, and we're here 5 years later, someone in our department or within the town will be responsible for making sure those aren't undone. Because that mechanic lien sits on the property. If the property is sold, it's still a lien against the property, and that will not be released until said time when that property is inspected and the improvements are still maintained.
So we'd have a lien on the property for 5 years, and if we're satisfied it's maintained, we'd release the lien.
Removed. Yes.
I understand.
Okay.
Can you sell a property with a lien on it?
Yes, you can.
All right.
Again, it's not necessarily, it's not a debt owed to the town. It's a debt owed to the town only if you undo something you said you wouldn't undo for 5 years. So the new owner can take on that responsibility and just not, if it's sold in year 2, there's 3 years left of those improvements to remain in place.
I understand the reasoning behind this program, and as you know, I was never for it. I'm going to be voting no for approving any of these, not because the value of the project. I just think this money should have been better used, as in flooding, as Murray said. For me, It's, to me, went about this the wrong way. You know, someone's house, you certainly could have done their windows and improve the value of their home, just like anybody on Main Street. You're raising the value of their home, of their property. So they're going to realize it when they sell it. That's, in my opinion, doesn't have any value to the town other than aesthetics. So, again, I'm not going to be voting for any of these, but not because they're not good projects. It's just, I don't think that was the way to spend the money.
All right, I'm gonna respond to that. I think this facade improvement program that we've established here as part of the APRA funding is good for our small business community. We're here, by looking at Main Street and Peacedale, we've targeted our downtown areas, those small businesses there, and giving them an opportunity. Hey, look, if you're willing to invest in your storefront or your facade, we're willing to give you grant money and encourage it, incentivize it. And that only helps our downtown areas aesthetically. It'll look more pleasing, but it also allows businesses to build their value even more so than they would be without the benefit or the subsidy from the town here. So I think this is a great idea from the get-go, allowing the town to partner with private industry here to really incentivize or subsidize business expansion. And I'm hopeful that the look of these facades will be improved such that people walking down Main Street or traveling into Main Street and Peacedale will be more encouraged to go inside, more foot traffic, just generally, and bring more people to our downtown areas, which is what we want. As a town council, we want to expand business growth and interest in our downtown areas. And I think this is a way for us to get some skin in incentivizing that. So I'm happy about this plan. And I plan to move forward and help support those businesses who have applied. They seem to have a need. They have a willingness to want to do it. And I'm happy to help them achieve that.
I think we can probably all look back at 2020 and maybe decide that we might have perhaps done something differently. However, I think right now we're sort of up against a deadline with the end of the year fast approaching, and ultimately our goal is to help our businesses in the downtown area thrive, and as well as all throughout the town. So ultimately, if we return the money to the federal government, we don't get any benefit at all. I think anything that we can do to improve our downtown area, to make it more competitive with other small towns near us like Westerly and East Greenwich, I think that we need to do it. So I'm in favor of these initiatives.
All right. You want to say anything?
I do. So I do feel that we can improve this slightly, because I do have some reservations about people potentially selling, because many people in our community would want $25,000 to fix up their home to then have a beautiful, more valuable house to sell. So I want to ask you to think slowly and come along a little bit. So I do feel uncomfortable about the ability that they could sell. So is there any, Mike left the table, is there any way that we could put in a clause about them not being able to sell for 5 years? Because Greg is uncomfortable, there's two of you, and there lies me. And this doesn't feel good to me either way, right? So I want to try to get to a place where I don't know if Greg will change his mind, but I don't know if we could work together.
All right, these are creating legal
So
questions.
the next thing I want to think about is the Johnny Cake Center. I actually think, where's Kate? I think fixing that building, we talk about the Peacedale Village, right? We have, I can't think of her name, Katie Martin, I think it is, who comes and does Peacedale revitalization, all that work. In transforming that building almost makes sense to me, because that can sort of anchor, maybe snowball some good stuff in that area. And I think if you look at the picture of that building, it's the least attractive building in the 3 pictures. Sorry, Kate. Fair? Fair. Right? It's like a industrial, like very plain, and it could be a place where kids want to go. So I could move on that one, but I do think we need to think about, look at the other one, it's beautiful. The Virgilio Builders, it already looks beautiful. So we're just fixing the windows there at $50,000. So I just want you to think.
So I just want to ask a question in response there. So even after this program that we've established, whereby this committee was created, whereby they reviewed these applications in tandem to make sure that they meet certain specifications and even work with the applicants to make sure what they're applying for works and how much they can get, you're thinking about at this point saying, you know what, I don't think these particular ones deserve it at this time? Or you don't think it deserves funding, or you just don't agree with it?
So I also don't see the other 17 or 18 that are available. So in the context of this, it's hard, we're looking at one very sad building in Peacedale that deserves, the kids and the community could benefit from that.
Yeah.
But we don't see what the other 18 or whatever are. So
But these applications will not be pinned against each
Do you
other
have
in
the
terms
pictures?
of how much available funding.
Do you have the pictures
For all of them?
for the 3 that we're looking at tonight?
Yeah, we have it on the agenda item here.
Okay. So
The amounts sought in terms of grants for all the applications are not in excess of the amount that we've allocated from the ARPA funds for this. But you still want to pull back on some and say, I don't think it needs it, so we'll just pull back and not spend it?
I think of several things. I think I'd like to see all the projects, because then in the context of all 22, you can see what we're approving. You want me to pick these 3 now? Then
Well, I think when we established this program and the committee to vet the projects, we created some sort of deference to them to use their judgment, handpick people to review the applications, work with the applicants to best meet what it needs to get the money, and even talk with them at ways, hey, if you can increase your match if you do this or that. So I think the way this program has worked to get us to a point now where we can start to approve on a rolling basis. We've extended the deadline for this program 2, 3, maybe 4 times, twice. And I hate to see us now use our discretion at the last minute to say, some don't deserve funding, others do, even though the amount in grants sought do not exceed the amount that we've allocated from ARPA for this program.
So I have reservations that people could use these improvements and then sell. You don't have that reservation at all?
Can we deed restrict them, Mike, somehow?
So my first question is, can we prevent them? Can we?
Mike, here's a question for you. Mike Ursullo.
No, you can't prevent them.
Cannot?
Cannot,
Okay.
no. It's sort of like, think of it this way. Think of it as zoning. If someone goes to the zoning board and gets a variance or a special use permit for their property, it automatically improves the value of that property. They could sell it the next day, and that zoning ordinance, that zoning relief runs with the land. Same thing here. This will stay with the land.
Okay. Is there a way to have some sort of a?
So essentially the lien is there, so when it sells to a new person,
They're
the person
subject to it.
acquires it subject
They're
to the lien.
absolutely subject to it, yes.
So it has to be maintained past the 5 years,
Okay.
or else we can enforce the lien.
But go ahead, Deb, you had a question.
Well, if they did sell within 5 years,
Right.
could we create some sort of a condition or a clause, like there's nothing to be done? I just feel there's just a bit. I think that these projects may deserve some of the funding, but I would like to put in something, if you could come up with your creative lawyer brain to think of like what condition would make me feel better about gifting out money and then somebody saying, thanks, I've improved my building and now I'm selling it.
President McAtee, if I may.
Go ahead.
I think in some programs, you may have that option. But because you're using American Rescue Funds, all of these funds need to be committed by January 1st of 2025. I'm not sure if you put that provision in and money comes back to you 3 years from now, you haven't expended those federal dollars and you potentially can't reallocate them because you're past the deadline.
I don't actually, under the law, I don't think there's any way to get the money back.
Yeah.
I think either the program stands on its merits in terms of what you want it to do, and, you know, chances are most of these businesses aren't going to sell the next day. Sure, things change and they may, but they're going to be subject to these conditions.
I can say this, and the majority of the applicants who applied, and I'm hesitant to say in all of them, because there may be one who doesn't share this opinion, that they would not have invested the money in their building in the manner they were going to invest it without this grant program. So a number of the applications you'll see on the 28th or at a later date, they were going to do vinyl siding. They were going to do aluminum cap trim. They were going to do the least, I won't call them cheap, the least expensive replacement windows just to make their building weather tight and less and more maintenance free. The grant program has allowed them to reevaluate that investment and make improvements in their building versus just maintaining their building. So if we get an opportunity to walk through a few of these, I can point out some of those differences of what this grant program allows them to do versus without those grant programs, what they may have been able to do only utilizing their own funds. So again, the whole mindset of this is if you can improve, to Mr. Sweet's point, and again, I understand your philosophical difference on this matter, but if you can improve a main street, if you can improve the appearance of a downtown, you actually change people's view of that downtown. We all can talk about a place that we've gone to that is run down and potentially depressing because there hasn't been that investment. You, as a council, looked at this originally as kind of the spark to hope that this small investment in your two primary main streets invigorates the rest of the community to also make that investment. And one of the things we talked about originally is the worst thing that could have happened is if this was oversubscribed, but that also could have been the best thing because you understood this would be a successful project. To Ms. Bergner's point, you're not oversubscribed on the $1.25 million. So I will not be before you at a subsequent meeting saying you have to choose between applicant A and applicant B. You do not have to make those choices. The committee was recommending funding for all but two of the applicants, but will leave the last decision to the council, because that's where the authority lies, on whether you want to fund one or both of those two that the committee did not rank very high at all. So,
how will you judge its success?
Again, success is going to be feedback from the business community, feedback from the residents that visit your community, and potential future investment in the community. I don't, you can't track, sales numbers, Greg. You can't track opinion, but I think if you sat here and said, what are the downtowns you visit? What is the state of those downtowns? And I'm sure you visited places. I was just in Lewiston, Maine. Absolutely gorgeous downtown. Needs probably $200 or $300 million worth of investment. And then you go to New Brunswick, Maine, who's invested in their downtown, different social economical class of surrounding areas, and they're two different places. One has extreme potential, but I don't know how you measure that success if Lewiston invested in their downtown.
See, I look at it this way still. You can bring more people downtown. I don't know that we can fit any more in the summer months. So I don't know that we can get more. Maybe we get a different group, but I don't see us getting more. I still see us giving money to the property owners, and they can sell the property the next day, and they've just made, if the investment from the town's $100,000, they'll get that $100,000 when they sell it. So to me, I would rather see the roads done, and I know the ship sailed, I get that, but I would rather see sidewalks done, roads done, a number of other things done before this.
All right, Jamie, let's move into the specific applications on the agenda tonight. Let's move to item D here, Keene Architects.
So the first grant applicant before you is Keene Architects. The building is located at 74 Main Street. They are looking for general historic upgrades to windows, paint, cedar shakes and a portion of the roof, and a substantial improvement to their handicap ramp. Their bid variations were from 207 to, I'm going to round off, 150, and they are grant eligible for $100,000. If you look closely on here, there are some historically significant windows, and mostly on the west facade, there are 3 stained glass windows. In a normal scenario, those would be popped out, and standard replacement windows are going out. This grant allows the property owner to restore those windows to their original specifications of when they were installed in this beautiful Victorian. In addition, there's a handicap ramp that is just to the right of the entrance that has a steel rail on it and a concrete ramp scenario. And I don't want to call it in disrepair to insult Leslie, but in a various state of disrepair. She's not asking for money to replace that in kind. She's actually investing her own funds to put a granite veneer on that handicap ramp. So when you see it visually from Main Street, it'll look like part of the foundation to the home, and the handicap ramp doesn't become a primary element. The treatment of that ramp with a granite veneer becomes the primary architectural element. I don't think Ms. Keene would have the ability to do that without this grant program. Those improvements would be delayed, if not done or patched. So this, again, this grant allows her to do a little bit more, and she is matching it with $100,000 of her own money or company's money. So again, the improvements are upwards of $200,000. I don't know if there are any specific questions, and Ms. Keene is here this evening.
I know you spoke on this a little bit already, but if you want to speak on this, come on up.
Yes, I would start out by saying that I purchased the property in 2020 and have no intention of selling it for as long as possible. Not that I guess it necessarily matters, but that's the intention there. It does have my architecture firm in it. I am proud of the building. I want to continue to see it through in a way that I would not be able to do without it, and definitely not in a shorter term period of time. And it does kind of come to the sense of pride of place and the idea that, the investment in it could easily just redo the dilapidated, ramp, or just put the rest of the windows in as they were. But the building is dated back from 1878, and has such history to it. There's articles written about how well it was made and how handsome it is, and really made a big effort to restore it as far as the money I did have could take it. So the idea that this funding would allow me to really kind of put the finishing touches on it and really allow me to finish it off in a quicker way would I'd be very grateful for your consideration, and thank you.
Thank you.
So just one question to clarify. So we would be providing you with 100 but the total project is up to 250, or?
So I got just multiple bids, and the one of them was like 207 and another one was about 150. So it was the idea that I'd be or 250, I don't know where I am. I'd be matching the other half of it, yes, is the point.
So one of the things that would be really important, or one thing that I really like, about your project would be to improve the accessibility. So I would really want to make sure that that would be something that would definitely get done, even, if you just were to get that.
Yes, I've got so I wanted to go with the reclaimed granite because the foundation, which is a bit hard to see in that photo, is like big blocks that you actually see around Main Street that they used for the base of the foundation. The idea is that I could use a thin stone veneer in a world that's, those small, you see them around. But I really wanted to go to the extra effort with the larger pieces of granite. So up in just north, there has a stone yard that I've got them like earmarked so that I'm like ready to go, because it's definitely on the first one, and like before the frost, got the excavator lined up, I've got the building permit pulled, like I am ready to go. Pending this. So yes, I'm very excited about it, and like I said, would be grateful, and thank you.
All right, any other questions from council members?
Just a businessy question. If the project comes in at 185, does she get half of 185? So I guess I feel like every project has creeped up to get to the 50% threshold, so they'll make a longer list of like, oh, we can do X and Y, not to call.
Ms. Bergner, that was a very good, poignant question. If the council chooses to award these 3 grants, we still have contractual obligations between the town and the landowner. So we will know before they undertake any work the commitment of dollars, because again, we understand that we have to reprogram those dollars before the first of the year. So if you move forward, it's up to $100,000. It's a 50-50 match. We will then, after this meeting, sit down with the grant recipient and detail, in essence, a scope of service in a contractual format that we will have a clear understanding of the work that is to be completed and the work that's eligible for reimbursement. This is a 100%, they have to do the work first. The work then gets validated for the original scope, and not until there's a sign off on, you said you would do A, B, C, D, and E in the following quality, like, and manner with the following materials, will they be reimbursed. So if they say they're using Anderson Series 1000 windows, and we go there and they use something different, and the agreement signed with the town said those windows, that will no longer be eligible. So again, this is the award up to time frame, and we need to work in November on that final award agreement. But we don't want to wait till the last moment. We want to move them forward to that agreement realm.
All right, thank you, Jamie. Any other questions? All right, I'm going to make a motion to approve this item, new business item 8D here, as it's written, as it's been presented to Keene Architects.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
So I feel very uncomfortable because I feel like I want to support the businesses, and I think this project, some of them could be very good. I just, one, don't like this back up against the wall. We have to spend the money, so we're like wildly just gonna go doing it. And I almost wanna ask if we could have more time and put them all together and just do all of them in one meeting, so that I would be satisfied in seeing all of the applicants together in a holistic view, and having some more time to process this a little bit, because I do think we are literally giving out money to 22 businesses, and other people, other businesses will then all of a sudden come and say, I had no idea, and you did that. And we, while we're on the council, will have to explain to people why that happened. And so I always want to feel good about what I'm explaining. So I don't want it to be the outcome that you don't want, but I'm asking you to come there's no way to restrict, right? I've tried to get to a place where I could feel comfortable, and I'm trying to have you guys help me, but it's not happening. So how can I be comfortable is where I'm at.
I think we just have differences about the facade improvement program as far as our philosophy on it.
Nope.
I mean, we've gotten to this point, we've had several meetings where we talked about the program, we decided to move forward with the program, we determined an allotment of money from the ARPA funds, we came up with specifics as to how much to grant, how much do they need to spend, and how much in grant money would we allow them to get. And here we are, looking at applications that we knew would come in on a rolling basis, deciding, you know what, I'm not ready to fund this, and I just don't agree with that. We had an applicant here, she walked us through her specific use of the money related to her property, related to her architecture firm. We've had Jamie here give us a great background as to where this started, where we've come, the committee that's deliberated over these applications. We knew this would come in on a rolling basis. We agreed that was going to be the case. And here we are questioning it. I think that's a bad move. I'm excited to give these monies to the business community as we've planned here. And I think it's time to start approving some of these applications.
Yeah, I'm very, I mean, I do understand both sides. It would be really nice to have them all at once to look at. However, given the reality of the time, I'm just not really sure that we're going to be able to get that done. I feel comfortable with this project. Would it be possible? How difficult would it be for us to get all of the projects in a big group at the next meeting?
Thank you.
We could, the other projects, we could present them in mass. I mean, that wasn't what was decided initially, but we could.
Well, I think especially since it looks like it's going to be the four of us negotiating, we need to do something that we can all agree on, because we're not really.
Mike Arcillo, I have a legal question for you. So if the vote results in a 2-2, the applicant has not funded the monies. Mike Marin has stepped out for a conflict.
Yes.
He's abstaining, or?
No, he's recused.
Okay.
He can't vote. And you're totally correct. If the vote tonight is 2-2, motion fails.
Can we just wait? Can we just please wait 2 weeks? I've just asked. It's not that.
Okay.
I literally
All
asked.
right, here's what I'm thinking. I don't think we're going to get to a point where we can approve this application tonight, and because of that, I'd like to push this one to the next meeting, but it sounds like we're not going to be able to get a majority on any of the application requests tonight, at least as to us four. So we might as well push them all and take them all in one meeting. So that would be 22 applications, Jamie?
Yes, but it may be 21, because there are some applicants who are waiting to start their projects. Keen Architects is not one of them, but one other before you this evening. If potentially there's a delay, they will move forward with their project without the town funding.
Which applicant is that?
That would be the Johnny Cake Center. And
Okay,
Kate could talk specifically about that.
Before we get to that, I just want to talk about, do you believe that's right? To fund one application tonight because they're up against a time constraint, but to decide the other two, we're not going to do it tonight. We're just going to wait.
Yeah. I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm trying to get to a place where I can come out and cheerlead as well.
Yeah, and I fully understand. I just want to walk us back. When this project came out in April, I think, we had already made plans for the interior of the building, but we really hadn't thought about the exterior at that point. And so we were very excited about this. We pushed our architect really hard to get the drawings, to get the bids out, and to get them back. And we were ready June 7th, which was the original deadline. I didn't submit that day. I was on vacation and happy that it got pushed off, and it was pushed off till July. And then in July, we submitted, and we were informed later that the decisions were pushed off, or the deadline, till late August. So we have literally holes in the upstairs of the front of the building that the contractor is waiting to put the windows in. And we've been waiting, we promised him we would know today, and I understand your concerns, Councilwoman. I'm not, I'm not trying to, but I'm just trying to help people understand that this started a long time ago, and those of us that followed the rules and got things done, my understanding is if we go ahead and start that work, we will potentially forfeit either those expenses or the entire project. So I know it's a dilemma, but I think that those of us who did push ahead to get this in on time, it would be nice if we could move forward. But if you do decide to go this route, we're going to just move ahead because I can't ask them to wait 2 more weeks to do this. They're concerned about rain and all kinds of things. So I just feel like I need to say that, and I'm not pushing one way or the other.
I really don't want them to lose 100,000.
Okay, so I certainly want to fund the Johnny Cakes request. I just don't feel right approving theirs, deciding to hold back on the other 2 for the reason of we want to look at all of them in total and decide. But I'm in support of supporting the Johnny Cakes tonight. I wish the council could get on board with supporting the other applicants who are here tonight and on the agenda. I just don't see a reason to wait to see them all, especially in light of having one that we definitely will decide and vote on tonight. Any thoughts?
I really hate to just do anything that is going to impact the Johnny Cake Center in a negative way. And there is, there's things to be said on both sides. I understand wanting to wait, but I really don't want them to lose the 100,000. And I think they may be different because they're a nonprofit. So maybe we could consider it from that light.
All right, to take away any uncertainty here, I'm going to jump to item F here. And I'm going to make a motion to approve item F.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
So I just want to, there's a motion and a second?
That's right.
Okay. So
yep, come on in.
I just want to be clear. Kate has the money. Kate Brewster just said she has the money to do the improvements, correct? So Patty, she's not going to lose the money if we didn't pass it because she would just go ahead. So I don't necessarily want you to think like we had to do it tonight because she says she has the money to do the project. She can't wait any longer.
Kate, can you come up and clarify this?
She just said it.
Again, on behalf of Kate, in our discussions with them, if they move forward with the project, with the funding, that means another project of theirs does not get funded. So, and Kate can expand on that.
This was not in the original scope of our budget. So we had, as a board, approved, I think, 750 for the original work. We've already overrun because there were lots of things we found when we opened up that building and have had to do a lot of extras. So this wasn't part of our original budget. Can I come up with a full 100,000? I mean, we can probably, we have lines of credit that we could tap, I think, for this building, but it's not like we have it in the bank and are ready to spend it. We're still raising for the renovations at the thrift store now. As I said, the total project capital-wise, I think is 900, and I think we're at the $700,000 mark, so we don't have all the money. But we could easily make the stretch to come up with extra, what I consider 50, because it's a half. We'll be paying really 50 at the end of the day, if that makes sense with the reimbursement. Mm-hmm. So I don't want you to think the money's just sitting in the bank, and it wasn't part of the original whole project.
Thank you.
But again, I understand the dilemma that you're facing, but it's just a reality. I wanted you to know that before the evening passed on.
Mm-hmm.
If this got approved, if this got approved at the end of the month, you're not going to not do anything between now and the end of the month. You're going to start the project.
The project's already started, so this part of the front of the building, we've held off on. We do have 2 windows cut for the upstairs. The contractors really want to put the windows in those holes. So I don't know that if I can do that if we're not approved tonight. That's our only problem.
You wouldn't do the windows if you're not?
I don't know if it would penalize us because we're not supposed to start the work.
So just what we advised all the applicants is that prior to a grant award by the council, that work done prior to that date would not be eligible. And we've carried that through in early discussions with the council. It's in our paperwork when we let the program out in June, extended it to July, and then extended it to August.
How long have the openings been there?
A while.
So 2 more weeks?
So I have just a question about the project, because I really want the project. When would it be done? When is your $900,000 renovation of that space and center going to be done?
We're hoping by February.
Oh.
But we keep running into little glitches that are big glitches. But we're just managing and getting through them. So we're close to, we're getting there. That's why it's so important that we keep moving. And I've shared with Jamie that I'm concerned if we keep not being able to move ahead because we won't be able to get reimbursed for these expenses. I don't want to hold the project up.
I don't want to hold your project up either. So it's not my intent ever to make people feel angst or stress. It's really my own personal angst about just
I
trying to
understand.
explain it. So I would like to vote. I would like to make a vote for sure on the Johnny Cake so that we can. This is really a transformative initiative in the middle of Peacedale. So I do think that pointing to that and telling members of our community that that's what ARPA funds supported makes total sense. So we have a motion, right?
There's a motion, there's a second. We're still in discussion. Is there any more discussion?
No.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? That passes 4-1. Thank you, Kate. All right, now we're gonna think through these other ones here. We should at least hear about, do you want to hear about Virgilio?
Sure.
Go ahead.
So again, council members, you have a grant application for 148 Main Street by John Virgilio for windows, including restoration of historic windows and trim replacement and upgrades. The original project variation was between $34,000 and $28,000. They've increased the scope of the project to $50,750. This was one of those instances where the applicant didn't realize that the southern elevation was, although not visible from Main Street, within the program eligibility and visible from the side street. So they've added that to their program. In addition, the gable, it's kind of hard to point out, but at the very top of the 4 gables on the building, on the 2, there's a third gable on the west side, but these 4 gables, there's some historic windows that are original to the building, and they had originally proposed to remove those and put vinyl replacement windows there. And working with the applicant, they've adjusted their investment and they will restore those windows and replace any rot on those windows. But it's a scrape, paint, and maintain that historic architectural feature. Again, that would not potentially be accomplished without the grant program. So again, that project has been expanded to, in essence, include all 4 elevations. We're also in discussions. There's a pressure-treated secondary access from a second floor door on the rear of the building, and potentially that will be an upgrade to the pressure-treated to make it an architectural element of the facade versus a beautiful shingle-sided building that has a pressure-treated stairwell and deck attached to it. So that's part of the program. So that would be a match not to exceed $25,275. And again, similar to Keene Architecture, they're up against weather with regards to staining and access to contractors. You know, they're concerned about weather and not being able to paint or stain as time moves forward.
All right, thank you, Jamie. Is anyone from Virgilio Builders here tonight? Come on up if you want to speak.
All right, good evening. I'm John Virgilio, and thank you for considering the application. So general scope here, 3 of the arched windows would be restored rather than replaced, so painted, scraped, restored. There's a porthole window that you can't see in this picture. That would be restored as well. Electric meters would be enclosed with the same cedar shakes. On the back of the building is a bulkhead that would be sided with the cedar shakes as well. The railing that you were talking about, so rather than just pressure treated, it would be wrapped with kind of decorative skirt boards. And then 49 windows would be removed and replaced. So that's,
All right.
that's the entire scope. It's about $50,000, and half would come from my side.
Okay.
There's been a lot of discussion around what happens if the building gets sold, the day after all this work is done. The mechanics lien runs with the land. So that's not the intent, the Virgilio Builders business is here, right? That's not changing tomorrow, but if the building were sold, that lien stays with the building. So, again, that's not the intent to sell the building. I don't know what the future holds, but that lien stays there for 5 years.
All right. Any questions for John here?
I don't have a question, but I got a statement. I've seen some of your work, and it's quite good. You should be proud of your company.
Thank you.
Any other questions for John? Maybe specific to his project. This is another one I feel pretty good about. I feel like he's explained it well. We can see it here. I know where this building is on Main Street. I feel no reason to hold back or hesitate from approving this, but go ahead.
Are you doing the work?
Probably. This work could be contracted out to someone else, and I've looked at other quotes to do that. Part of it is the grant agreement requires that. But having a crew, it's cheaper for me to do it myself. So the biggest cost here is windows. So, I don't make windows. The windows are purchased. Most of the windows that I'm procuring are from Arnold's. It's an Anderson 400 window. That's the biggest cost is the windows. But there's carpentry, there's painting. Yes, I can contract that out to someone else, but it's just cheaper to do it myself.
So the grant covers, we're going to be paying your labor, that's your labor we're paying?
Most of the funds would go for the procurement of windows.
Okay.
That's the vast majority of the cost.
So the 3-page memo that we have just has a very teeny bit of information, right? It says project costs, it's just that little bit. So that's all we have. So I'd say that to the public, so you wonder why I'm making all these questions, because we get just this little bit. So if the price, so now I hear someone in the community saying, you paid a builder to do the work that his costs are X and he made them Y, so he could get $100,000. I can hear it, right? Do you hear that? Am I the only one who hears it? 25,000, which is his.
I think you're really questioning the program here.
So
I think you have overall philosophy.
I may be able to address that. So as I mentioned earlier, this is the point where the council looks at the merit of the application with a grant proposal not to exceed a dollar amount. In this request, they did submit bids from other contractors. As we go through the agreement and scope of services, we will evaluate to make sure that the costs are in line with the bids and not just a landowner, because they're doing the work themselves, adding a dollar amount, in essence, as a additional grant for reimbursement for their labor. So it will be evaluated by staff to be in line with the contractual bids that were received. So again, you saw an original bid variation of $34,950 and $28,445. Without going back to the spreadsheet, I believe the property owner was the lower of the bids. But again, Deb, to your point, if the low bid in this instance was 20 and their bid was 40, I would not feel comfortable giving the landowner a $20,000 upcharge because they're doing the work themselves.
Does that provide you with any assurance there?
I'd like to just briefly comment, if I may. When you talk about costs, the reason that these costs are close and a teeny tiny bit below what the other bids are is because I'm doing the work at my own cost. And if I go on higher the next person, there's their cost plus their margin, and that would be normal. So there's a benefit to me doing it because there's no margin being added onto it. There's still costs, there's labor costs, materials, all that stuff. That doesn't go away.
What you're charging for the project is not, there's no profit built in, it's just your cost for the labor.
It's the cost, yep. And then I can oversee it, but that's my time, and I'm willing to do that.
You're not going to profit.
Right. And again, the biggest cost is the windows. And that I'm just procuring windows.
No, I think the way you're doing it is correct. You're not including any profit. It's just cost, your cost. So that's the right way to do it.
Right.
All right. Are there any more questions? Does anyone feel comfortable voting on this? I certainly do. So I want to make a motion in favor of this item. I will certainly support it.
Second.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
I think if we're looking to do them all at the same time, this is probably not going to affect you if we wait 2 weeks.
I would very much appreciate if we could, vote and approve this tonight. The building's not going anywhere. It's still going to be there in 2 weeks. These are not urgent repairs or something is not functioning properly. But given everything that I've explained, and particularly around the cost of how this is structured, I think it's a reasonable application. So I would appreciate it if you consider it and also vote on it.
So I would just like to, this is very helpful, and so I would just like to just maybe wait 2 weeks and look at them all together. I philosophically think, as a person who studied urban planning, I don't have an issue with the philosophical approach. I just want to do all the due diligence, and that's what I'm asking for. I'm not asking questions because I don't like it. I'm asking questions for the 5th time because I'm just trying to understand it so I can explain it. And I asked for that, and if you don't want to do it, you have 3 votes, you can keep going. But I just would like to just kind of collaborate and respect someone who just wants to go slower by 2 weeks, just to feel better.
My only response is that he's here now. He's explained the project. He would have to come back and do the same thing he's doing now.
He doesn't have to come back. We can say we met with him in 2 weeks. I feel comfortable. He answered a million questions.
What more than what we have now do you need with respect to his application?
All the other 19, Roy. I'd just like to know what they are.
You need the others just to be okay approving his.
Yeah. I'd like to see them all. That's all I'm asking. So if you want to move it forward, you certainly know you can, but I'm asking you to just do them all together. I wouldn't ask you to come back because I feel like you've provided a lot of information that I wouldn't ask you to come and spend another 2 hours of your time.
All right, let's be open about this here. What are the other council members feeling on this?
Can I just ask for a clarification, Jamie? The other applicants, how many are there? And the total request, a recommendation from your committee,
So
does that exceed the total amount that's available?
No, it does not. So we had 22 applicants. We do have a letter from a 23rd who came in well over a month after the deadline closed. Again, the committee recommended moving 20 of the 22 projects forward. We will, at the October 28th, explain the 2 projects that did not make it to the final cut from the committee. This was a 6-member committee who vetted every aspect of the application. They had full copies of the packet, the bids, the quotes, and all the scope of services. Again, with those fully funding all 22, you did not exceed the 1.25 million. And there was one project that was primarily based on, it was an $875,000 project, primarily based on interior renovations, and the committee felt that that did not meet the elements associated with facade improvements. So of the 22, that ranked very, very low on our matrix.
So the total applications doesn't exceed the total pool of money that's available,
Correct.
and the money has to be spent prior to January 1, 2025.
Has to be contractually committed.
Contractually committed, sorry. Okay, that's enough for me. Every application stands on its own and is either going to have a recommendation from the committee or not.
Correct. You could fund all 21 applications and not exceed the 1.25 million.
Thank you.
There's that one exception of the interior renovations.
So we've approved one of the three that we have here tonight, right? So we have two more essentially that we've discussed and 18 that are in the wings. Is that right?
The 3 plus 18, and then
Yeah,
the 22nd was one that was deemed not eligible by the committee.
So, and given the fact that we have discussed all three of them, so hopefully, they wouldn't need to be rediscussed at the next one. If we did hold everything for the next time, is that going to pose a burden on the staff? One thing that I'm acutely aware of is that once we get into November, we have the holidays, and trying to get stuff done between November and December can be very difficult, and I don't want to do that. So.
Our intent as staff was to package those remaining applications for your meeting on the 28th. Again, it's a time commitment, more so on the council. You've spent a significant amount of time discussing 3 applications tonight. You will have 20 before you on the 28th. And again, some of them, and the reason they're not here before you tonight, lack specific details. So staff will be making recommendations to make a good faith funding element to move those projects forward, barring that detail. If the applicants don't provide that detail on the funding realm, then we would work to the town manager to reprogram that money and with council.
So based on what you just said, these 3 are the 3 best and most complete of the 22.
That's why they are before you tonight.
Okay. So the others, it's even more gray, like whether or not they're going to actually do the project to the way that we want, or
if they don't do it in the way specified, they don't get the money.
Yeah.
That's how this program works. It's
I know how it
reimbursed
works.
after the costs are
I know.
spent.
So then we reduce, all in the back of my head is December 31st is when these need to be committed. So we're up against the sand and the hourglass running out of time here. And that's what makes me feel uncomfortable. These are the best 3. These are the best 3.
And again, trying not to categorize every one of them before I package them for you, but you do have another 5 to 10 that are well done, and then I don't think will warrant a lot of discussion. But there are 3 or 4 projects that do not have any detailed plans associated with them, versus they're willing to invest X in their properties that contain multiple buildings.
So I don't want to hold these nice projects up, Rory, but I want you to hear what I hear is the next set are all sort of wonky in some way, like need some adjusting. I'm hearing that they may not finish all they won't
I just
provide
want
the
to clarify
specifics.
with you here, Jamia, on some things that you said. So the committee has met, deliberated over these projects, helped work with the applicants to improve their applications such that they're in line with the specifics as we've made the program here. So, but now you're saying some of them are not as complete, or?
There are properties within the application pool that warrant investment but lack specific details on how they're going to invest. So they were ranked in a manner that way, but the committee still wanted you to evaluate the investment. And again, it's a commitment of funds to a property who's willing to match those funds. And again, the program was extended, and again, every person, I believe, within the eligible area was sent a letter. We extended it through July, then through August, and here we are today. It was, I credit the committee who went through these 22 applications and tried to rank them based on the various levels of application returns. But I usually tell you what I see. I call balls and strikes. On the 28th, there will be a few applications that you will see some gray areas in. And there's no way to fix that in the time frame and the way the applications were granted. We are reaching out to every one of those individuals to try and clean their applications up so that we can make them less gray for you. Same thing with working with Keene Architects. The Johnny Cake Center, originally the Johnny Cake Center came in with vinyl siding. That discussion was held for them to have hardy plank. Rogelio Builders wasn't going to do they were doing replacement windows on that architectural element. That discussion allowed them to rethink and reevaluate. So we're going to continue to have those discussions, but 2-week delay really gives us about 8 days because you need to see them in your agenda packet in a week and a half.
Go ahead.
But you could also, if the applicants have had the initial time period, 2 extensions, and got the applications in by the end of August, now we're getting to the end of October. And I realize, because you had talked with us several months ago about the difficulties people were having of getting 3 bids,
correct,
getting information from architects, and it was a cumbersome process. But if we've gotten all this way, it seems to me that the committee could just simply come to the council and say, we don't think that this is a complete application and can't recommend it.
We could look at evaluating that way. You'll see the ranking and the scoring on those 18. And again, the committee viewed their role as advisory to the town manager and to the council, but not as the final decision maker. So we've laid out what we will present to you in that manner. They didn't want to be accused of not recommending funding, but recommending their opinion of the application to the council.
So we only have this 3-page document for these 3 applicants, which you say are the best ranked. For the other ones, is it possible that we get the backup as well instead of just 5 lines?
We will provide what you would like us to provide, but it's a substantial amount of information for those additional applications. But if that's what the council want, again.
Well, you have it. You could scan it in and attach it to an email tomorrow, right?
Yes.
I'm not asking, it's just there, right? You have it all.
Correct.
It's just the staff time to do that. See, I'm hearing.
Yeah, Jamie.
I'm hearing some of these projects we might not fund because they don't meet the criteria. Is that what everyone?
Well, they've recommended funding on all projects.
They recommended funding on the merits of the project scope. It's
But
the
not
detail.
on the details. The devil's always in the details. There's not the details. It's I want this, I might do this.
So do we have a backup plan? I mean, I know we've discussed several things about, Old Mountain Field or other ways to, I mean, what happens if we
Exactly.
get in 2 weeks and
Exactly.
we're not able to recommend? So we need to think about that for sure.
In our view, and we've talked about this internally, you have 1.25 million of funds available. If you had all 22 applications before you, you would set a maximum amount. If you didn't move any projects forward, that money would go back into programs that potentially the town manager would evaluate and then make recommendations to the council at a subsequent meeting. And you do mention some projects that could use some additional funding, one of which is Old Mountain Field.
But in the meantime,
one of the things I'd like to see is when they're all presented, I don't know that we need to know the names, it's just the project itself.
I'm not sure I'm following, Mr. Sweet.
Let's say...
The name of the applicant, he's saying. There's no reason to know the name of the applicant.
Don't need to know the applicant, we just need to know the project.
Okay.
Oh, like a blind application?
Because then there's no bias whatsoever.
Mm.
And
So,
Well, right, yeah, you don't get to see what it looks like.
Jamie, with respect to the 18 applications that will be before us at the next meeting, I would like for you to send the council members all of the documentation relating to their applications to allow us an opportunity to look at it so that people on the council, if their comfort level is not there right now, this will hopefully bring them up, or at least bring some, I don't know, certainty to uncertainty that we're facing here tonight. I still feel comfortable with the applications that have been presented to us tonight. I think the facade improvement program is a good program. I think it allows us to partner with the small business in our downtown areas. And I wish to see it through. I hate for us to talk about potentially abandoning it and using the money toward other projects. So I'd like to move forward with the ones here tonight. We've seen the projects, we've spoke to the applicants, we see what that entails, and I see no reason to refrain from voting on that.
I think with that, Mr. President, we would send out our matrix. Again, you assigned it to a committee to evaluate, and we'll send you out that ranking.
Okay. So,
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but I can comment on this because we're here, right? This project is ready.
Can you
Yeah,
come
go
to
to
the
the
microphone?
microphone.
And I don't mean to interrupt you, I'm sorry, but this project is ready, right? We've talked about a whole host of other projects that may be before you in a couple weeks from now. This is relatively small, 25,000 in the grand scheme of the 1.2 million that's available. Most of this money is going to be spent here in town, whether it's windows from Arnold, the carpenter who do the work lives in the building here. I understand it's money from the town, but it's being leveraged with private funds, and most of that will stay right here in town. So I want to stress this can proceed tomorrow. I apply for a building permit and start a materials procurement.
All right.
So I'd ask you to just consider that.
So with that said, I'm going to make a motion to approve item E here.
We already have one. We already have a motion and a
Okay.
second.
We have a motion and a second. We're in discussion. Any other thoughts on this?
Well, given that the 3 projects have been recommended and vetted by the committee as we have requested, I would be willing to vote in favor of the projects that have been presented here tonight, with the knowledge that the other ones are not. That these are it sounds like the most shovel-ready worthy at this point.
Any other thoughts?
So I just want to say thank you for saying that you're going to be using local, and I think that I love that you are going to use Arnold and a carpenter, because much like the harbor boat, the more you explain what it is, I do have the ability to get behind and support your project, so I think it makes sense. We'll just vote. I'm fine to vote and approve this.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? That passes 4-1.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's going to bring us back to item D. We didn't vote on that.
I thought you were skipping it, but okay.
So, with all the new information that has come to light subsequent to the presentation by Keene Architects for their request for grant to their building here, do we have any differing thoughts?
This was the highest ranked project.
Well,
Okay.
probably the most talented person to design the project is on the project, right? You're a ringer. So it's very helpful. I think I feel much better, and I appreciate your patience. I know you're a little frustrated, but I do appreciate your patience with me. Thank you.
In my opinion, if you voted on the other 2, this one should be voted on tonight.
All right. So my position remains the same. I will be supporting the business item here, the application for the grant monies as presented here. I'll make a motion to approve item D. Is there a second?
I'm going to second that. It really makes a difference to me that Keene Architects is the highest ranked project, and that really is important to me. And I like the accessibility ramp.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed?
Nay.
That passes 3-1. Happy we're able to get that done and get to a resolution there. All right. It's going to move us now to item G. Still with you, Jamie.
Yeah, thank you. With regards to item G, you have a resolution to award a grant to the from funds using the affordable housing amount not to exceed $75,000 in support of South Kingstown Housing Authority for Champaign Heights, and we do have a representative here. Chris is here to talk about the project, and you do have our staff memo.
Hi, it's Chris Little on behalf of the Housing Authority and its affiliate SKAJ Services and Development Corporation. Just to be very brief and help you understand why this money matters, let me tell you about the evolution of the project since you first saw it last January. Since that time, well, we were denied by Rhode Island Housing for reasons not really directly related to the merit of the proposal. That proposal was to build 40 units, apartments on the vacant land. Recognizing that we were turned down and we could not reapply to Rhode Island Housing until this December, we decided to take the time to rethink the project, listen to some of the comments that were made by the council when we had our presentation in January, listen to the comments that were made by the planning board and the staff when we were there on a couple of occasions, and try to build a project that encompasses all of Champaign Heights. And so as of Thursday, or maybe it may be Friday, by the end of the week, we will be submitting all of our documentation to the town for a comprehensive permit by the planning board, in which we'll be seeking approval for 75 apartments. 52 of those apartments are going to replace the existing family housing units that are at Fournier and at Champaign Heights, and 33 are going to be new 2- and 3-bedroom apartments. These will be funded primarily through low-income housing tax credits and through funding that will be available through Rhode Island Housing. Rhode Island Housing has vetted this project and thinks they understand why it needs to be funded in one piece. And how does this help accommodate some of the needs and requests? By doing this in one single funding package, it allows us to get a blend of income levels. And I remember there were questions back in January about couldn't we get some workforce housing? And the answer is now we can, if we can do this all in one project. It has become far more complicated in terms of our dealings with HUDs, and in terms of our designs, and in terms of our engineering. And to date, we've expended or committed to approximately $600,000, which has been a combination of grants from Rhode Island Housing, from the town, from Rhode Island Foundation, and we are actually seeking to borrow funds. But I'll just give you an example of the importance of this additional money. Rhode Island Housing is going to score us on our ability to get funding for this project based upon probably the level of completion of our architectural drawings. We had originally expected that we would expend the bulk of the money on the architecturals after we have had approval for our financing. At this stage, we've been told that if you have a higher level of score of completion, and they've used the term 50% level of completion of drawings as opposed to schematic drawings, then we will be eligible for a higher level of higher score, which is important because we're going to be competing in a tough market to try to get this funding. So not having the money, when it came time to sign, for example, the certification, can we do this project without the $75,000 we're asking? We can't sign a certification. We're going to keep plugging, but it's probably going to hurt us in terms of our scoring and not having the money that we need to be able to pay for the architectural detail that Rhode Island Housing is now telling us to have. We are very excited about this project and hope we can have an opportunity to share the renderings. They're not finished tonight, and even if they were, you got too many items, it's getting too late, and I wouldn't ask you to do that. We'd like to share it with you so you can see this project. This is going to be an excellent project. It's going to be north of $40 million in terms of construction costs by the time we're finished. And this doesn't include the new community center, which is going to be an addition onto the administration building. which was funded in part, we had the support from Jim, who helped us with Representative Magaziner to get an earmark, which is approved in the House to help pay for this. It hasn't been approved by the Senate, but this is going to be a complete, coherent plan, which is going to be a completely new community in this town, one that you're going to be very proud of. So this money is very important to let us stay on this track, to get this design in place and try to accomplish a lot of goals, which are a lot of pieces that try to fit together. And so we're very appreciative of the recommendation that we've received, the recommendations received from the collaborative recommending that the money be approved, and we earnestly hope that you'll approve it as well. I would just note one thing. The application, as you probably know or may remember, the development of this project has to be done with HUD through an affiliate. It can't be done by the Housing Authority, because the Housing Authority, we have to keep the accounting separate. The Housing Authority is in the business of managing public housing. It's not in the business of building new housing units. And so the application was actually issued through SKHA Services and Development Corporation. And it would be, if you do approve it, it would be of great assistance to us in satisfying our auditors if we can have it go to the affiliate. The accounting, I'm sure, will still be meeting the town's accounting standards for showing that we spent the money appropriately.
All right, thank you, Chris. Any questions for Chris?
I do. So I'm sure you can see the same memo that I'm looking at. I'm just re-reviewing the staff comments at the end of the memo from Jamie Rabbit. Do you have that? So there's 4 staff comments. The application is identifies this is a full application, but section G is designated TBD, which is only appropriate for a pre-application. 2, information regarding the costs and the funding for the project are scattered across a number of tables. The applicant does not provide a clear balance sheet showing all funding and projected costs, making it difficult to determine the extent, if any, which see all those. My question is, can you respond to any of those to be helpful?
Well, I can certainly respond to the economics.
Okay.
Since this application was filed in it was dated early May, it was a very different project at that point than what we have now. And at the time, we had just learned from Rhode Island Housing that our application was denied, and we were trying to determine where to go. Mm-hmm. It would be, frankly, disingenuous when you're talking about pre-development costs for us to give you a defined expense statement. We have the estimates from all of the people that we engage. They give us estimates, they give us contracts, and we have competitive bidding for the work as well. But to try to provide this level of detail on this point, considering the nature of the project, and frankly, the size of the project, and I do remind you that there will be 33 new affordable housing units if we are approved, that this town will now have on its rolls toward meeting its 10% standard. Mm-hmm. That's how significant this is. The 52 don't count, but the 33 will. So, full application. I didn't personally complete the application. Laura Lee Costello completed it. I believe that was her best understanding as to how to fill it out. As far as the financial information, at the time of their staff review, as you can see, we had gone through this change from the 40 to the 85. And so that's, the project has been evolving on a quick pace, so that is why we could not honestly come up with something. We couldn't give you a table and say that this is an accurate table. We can tell you it's going to cost probably, at this point, we can envision that this is going to cost us well over $1 million of money to get through pre-development, and of which the town has funded $100,000 out of ARPA, and we're asking for another $75,000. That's what the rest of the money we've had to raise or borrow, which we've done. So, and as far as, that's why the point is, can we say that we could not otherwise be able to proceed without the requested support? We're not going to stop. But I just told you, the likelihood that we we're not going to sign a contract with an architect unless we know we can pay the bill. And if we don't have the money on hand to be able to pay the bill, we're not going to be able to achieve the level of completion of the design documentation that Rhode Island Housing has told us that will be critical to us in terms of our scoring. So I can't give you better answers than that because we can't sign something that frankly doesn't fit for the accuracy and the truth of our application. I can give you whatever information you want and swear me in, but I can't.
And Chris, we understand the Affordable Housing Collaborative has recommended approving this request?
Yes, and they've answered, in the letter, they've answered the comments of staff.
So I think there's there's sort of two different, I see it as two different things. One is this project and one is the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. So when we talked as a council months ago and we reapportioned the allocation, right, it was, we realized that we wanted to beef it up, the Affordable Housing Trust, because it had about 175,000 in it, and there was over $1 million in the open space. So we're like, this makes no sense because we know that we have these other projects coming forward, right? And so the reason that we reallocated the money, to my best recollection, correct me if I misheard myself, but I thought that we said that we wanted to build that up so that if we had grants and we needed to do matching grants, we would have some flexibility as we develop the property to make the cost, the infrastructure improvements to those 3 properties, so that then ultimately those properties could be appropriately created for affordable housing. So this project, while I think it's great and we need to do it, I don't know if the money, well, I'm not quite sure what this balance sheet even shows, Jim, so if someone could explain the balance sheet, that what's there, I can't tell if there's actually any money in it, nor did I think the intent was to use it for the housing authority. I thought it was for South Road School, Wakefield, and the Watson,
Well,
right?
no, I disagree there. I'm going to talk a little bit about intent. I was at the meeting, we were all at the meeting there.
Yeah.
We talked about prospectively at that point allocating 100% of the real estate conveyance fees to this affordable housing fund
Right.
for the purpose of ramping up the balance to allow us to deploy the money toward meaningful affordable housing initiatives. It wasn't specific to certain AMI. It was not specific to housing authority. It was broad. We did not define a scope as to how the money should be used. In my opinion, I think this is a good use of the money. It allows them to chip away at the $1 million cost toward the pre-development costs associated with moving forward with this. I think they have a good plan going forward with redeveloping, so to speak, the Fournier Estates and the Champaign Heights. I'm in support of this. I think this is a good move. I hate to see us refrain from approving this because you don't believe the money should be spent in this way. Again, by setting up the Affordable Housing Fund, allowing the Affordable Housing Collaborative to sort of have the first decision as to whether to approve and then recommend it to us for final approval, I think we've set this up in a way to allow them deference. I hate to see us here decide.
I think you're mistaken about what we talked about, because we talked about all of the ability to get matching grants for some of the money for those properties.
No, I'm not mistaken. I don't understand the Affordable Housing Fund as you do.
One of the questions that I had about the Affordable Housing Fund is not about this project, which I think we should absolutely fund, but it is my understanding that the money that we've used to develop South Road, and that the money from the Affordable Housing Trust Fund should not be used to develop property that's going to include full market rate housing. And so that's where I think some of my confusion comes in with the South Road. There's a specific, I have the document that says that it's money in the trust fund is not supposed to be used for the creation of market rates. So but I don't think this is a problem, but I do wonder about where the money being used for South Road.
So how do you propose that we build up some of the money for the other properties? So there were 2 applications that have come through, if you go to the affordable housing webpage and click, it's quite a number of clicks to get to the actual application. There is no policy or procedure for how the awards are done other than.
There is a procedure.
The town manager.
The Affordable Housing Collaborative receives a request, they deliberate on it, they decide whether to send it to the council for approval.
Where is
In this
that?
case, that is what has occurred here.
Where, I don't see that there, Rory. I see the documents and the
That's,
application.
Chris Little, can you verify what the procedure was here? You went to the Affordable Housing Collaborative to request this grant of monies. They deliberated on it. They recommended approval. It is now coming to us after the fact for our final approval. Is that correct?
Yes, that's essentially it. In May, the application was filed, and in near the end of June, it was from June. If there was a period of time, it was difficult to get a quorum. And the end of July, I think, well, no, it was the end of June. There was a meeting, and basically, maybe Megan, who's the head of the board of the collaborative, can tell you. Is that she's
come on up.
Okay. Megan Sparks, I'm the chair of the Affordable Housing Collaborative. So basically the way the trust fund works is that someone has to apply. There's an application online. They have to fill out the application and submit it through the planning department. At that point, it comes to the Affordable Housing Collaborative. We look at the application, we meet with the applicants. We've done that. We had a meeting, and then we voted on whether or not we thought that the project had merit to move forward. So that is a letter that you should have. It was attached to the agenda stating that we felt that this was a strong project. I'd like to point out that this is the first application that we've had but also the first time money from the trust fund has actually been, or is going to be used to building affordable units. We've paid for consultants several times now, but have yet to produce any units. So we felt strongly, the Affordable Housing Collaborative, that this was a good use of the money because it was actually going to go to units that we really are so desperately needing right now.
Okay.
Thank you.
So if you go to the webpage, you want to go back, you click on the application, there are no instructions, it is a 2-page PDF, there's nothing there. We had 2 applicants apply, right, for these, and they're both affiliated nonprofits with affordable housing. So we're not promoting it. We didn't promote it and explain it to people how to do it. I understand what you're saying, that we need these units. I have been asking that we work on affordable housing, but what I'm saying to you is I didn't think the intent of the reallocation of the funds was to fund this project, because every time this happens, we will deplete the funds that we will not be able to use for South Road or Watson Farm or Wakefield School. And we know we're going to need to spend money and get Chase grants there. So I think we need to look at a different funding source. That's what I'm thinking.
So these are financial questions that I'm going to have to defer to Brian Sylvia, which leads me to a whole another plethora of questions here. But if your desire is to not support this request because you disagree with how what the original intent with the fund is, that's your position. I disagree. The intent, I was on the council at the time, so was everyone else here.
I was with you, and we were talking about the properties that we're trying to move forward and create units. We didn't talk about it in terms of we're going to give it to the housing authority. We didn't.
I don't ever remember taking a vote or discussing the limited scope as to how the Affordable Housing Fund monies will be used. I'm sure that in the context of ramping it up, we discussed the possibility of using monies in the fund toward the vacant school buildings and Oliver Watson, but we did not limit the use of those funds to those.
I agree, but let me just say, is there a guidelines or anything is there just an application on the website?
No, there's an ordinance. You actually have an ordinance.
But there's no
and it says,
it's not on that webpage, Megan, so that a regular person or anybody who wants to build affordable housing units or anything how would they know that they qualify?
Okay. But it is an ordinance that's very clearly defined on who can apply, what it can be used for. It's
None of that is there on the website, nor does it even reference to link to that part of the ordinance. So we can do some improving.
All right, Brian, let's go down this route. With respect to the Affordable Housing Fund, what's the balance currently? Let's start there.
Currently, the balance in the fund is
$691.
Okay. And the fund, the account is funded through amounts the town receives from the real estate conveyance fees
That's
for
correct.
the acquisition, transfer of property.
That's correct.
And do we have any idea what the fund will be at the end of the fiscal year? What do we anticipate the balance to be?
Yes. So in the prior fiscal year, I apologize, in the prior fiscal year, the fund received $37,500 from the conveyance fee funds. As mentioned earlier.
Was that before the allocation that we decided? We're 100%?
That was the prior allocation. That had
Okay, that was
what had
prior.
been the- yes.
Go ahead.
In January of this year, when the capital budget was adopted, the council took action to change that for this year, for fiscal year 25. And how the funds were to be distributed were to fund the debt service payments for open space, to fund the general fund revenue amount of $166,000. The debt service is $208,088. The general fund has budgeted revenue from conveyance of $166,000, and the balance would then go to affordable housing. Nothing going to open space, nothing going to the village infrastructure. They were part of the prior allocation. So it's projected that approximately $226,000 would go to affordable housing this year.
Okay. That is on top of the current balance, or that includes that?
No, that is in addition to.
Okay, what do we anticipate the ending balance will be at the end of the fiscal year?
So right now, the balance is $174,691. We have POs outstanding of $91,000, just under $92,000. And as I mentioned, we anticipate $226,000 going in this year. So approximately $308,730 projected by year end.
Okay, and with the allocation, we decided there 100% of real estate conveyance fees going to the fund. We expect that fund to increase over time.
When this was enacted last January, it was said that it was a 1 year and then revisit. So
Assuming we are consistent there.
Then yes, that would continue to grow approximately in that 220,000 plus range annually.
Okay.
So I don't want to be mischaracterized because I continually feel like the changing of the allocation came at my request, and we worked through it because I said to all of you, we can do this. Do you recall that part?
Yeah, we agreed to it.
Because you're characterizing me as not for affordable housing, and I take umbrage with that.
You're talking
So-
about intent, we're all there. I'm talking about what my intent, reflection of my intent was at that time.
Yep.
You're talking about yours.
Yep, so I don't want you to hear, or anyone to hear, that the change in allocation from 50-50 open space to affordable housing came from anywhere but me bringing it forward, right?
We passed that unanimous, I
Yep.
believe.
Yep, I'm just making sure, because I don't want you to think that I don't think affordable housing is important and critical. I am just under the impression that that money, which doesn't sound like we have enough right now, or we have very little, we would deplete it all if you want to allocate it right now, tonight, that we don't have that, and we have other things on the horizon. So we would have almost no money if we allocate it tonight. And so then we start at zero again. And so then
This would not deplete the balance to zero.
he
Is that
said
correct?
90,000. What's the
About
balance?
17,000 left.
So presently, there is a balance of 170, just under, call it 175,000. There are POs outstanding of 91, just under $92,000. We're also projecting revenue of 226,000. So by year end, we're projecting 308. Yes. But yes, we're at 175 now. If we were to expend that right now, it would go down to 100, and we would anticipate revenue throughout the year to then replenish to 308.
We have 175 right now.
Yes.
You're saying there's 90 in POs.
Yes.
So 175 minus 90 is 75. You did the math.
73.
Thank you. So if you give them, the housing authority, 75,000, we don't have enough right now.
Yeah, but you're not accounting for the revenue that'll come into the account as the year goes on.
Yep, so.
As the revenue comes in, the purchasers will be paid, it'll sort of net out.
So then there's
And we
no other
anticipate the
money for
revenues
any
will
other
exceed
projects,
the
Rory.
POs that we pay out.
He just said there's 226,000 more coming in before the end of the fiscal year.
Yep, in
Plus
7
the
months.
73,000 that would be left
Right.
after what's paid.
Right. So
We'd have about just over 300,000 left.
We don't have it now.
Well,
Brian, do you know when that money will be coming in?
the check's probably not going to clear tomorrow, right?
So
I mean,
right now, within the current fiscal year through today's date, the town has taken in $228,899 in conveyance fees. That has been split between the general fund and the debt service payment. We are funding those to their levels first, and then the balance. And if it's more than the 226, so be it. If it's that's going to affordable housing. So we're meeting our obligations in terms of the general fund revenue and the debt service payment. Then everything will thereafter go to the affordable housing.
All right.
When is that money trickling in?
Monthly.
Oh.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't have any more questions about the applicant's request here. I'm okay to approve. So I'm okay with a motion to approve, and I'll be supporting it. I don't see a reason to continue to deliberate. I think our differences on the matter are clear. So
I have concerns, and I think they're valid, that the staff comments are the objective professionals with concerns about the application. So are there any improvements that we should be expecting? It sounds like, to me, they're not quite sure what they need the money for, but they need the $75,000. To distill it all to that, they're working on this project that will build 40 new units.
Again, our primary review was specifics associated with the 75,000. If they said we're going to use those for preliminary application aspects associated with architectural services, that would be detail. If they were going to use them for engineering services, that would be detail. If they substantiated that it was $400,000 in architectural services, and they had a shortfall of $75,000 in funding, that would be detail.
So
Right
is
now,
there
we
detail?
didn't have that. We didn't have that detail in the application.
There is no detail
Chris
in the
Little may be
application.
able to provide that for you.
So I think that I would like to say that we need some more information, and we need to put this off.
Yeah.
It's basically,
I'm not standing before you saying they don't warrant funding. I think Megan did a
Exactly.
good job representing the Housing Collaborative on how they feel about warranting or not warranting funding. From our perspective, it was in the application form, just detailing what the funds would be used for, not just very generically pre-application things.
So Jamie, who is the liaison to the Affordable Housing Collaborative?
Brian Wagner.
And did he opine on the application here?
Yes, he did.
And he advised the Affordable Housing Collaborative?
He was the primary author of the staff memo that was reviewed by me and edited.
And what is it that he advised them orally at the meeting?
The level of detail.
So he advised them not to recommend approval to the application by the SK Housing
Again,
Authority?
he's out, he was really, we're trying to eliminate those areas of gray. If in the end, the money's given to the group requesting it, when we go and verify that the funds have been spent, we have to verify that funds have been spent on what you allocated them for. If it was simply for architectural services and they continued to use Union Studios and then submitted bills from Union Studios, we'd be able to sign off that council voted on using those for pre-application. If the council is comfortable, again, in the detail, that they can be used for pre-application expenses associated with engineering and architectural fees, then we can validate that when a bill comes in. Right now, we're not sure how we validate that. And again, Chris Little's here this evening. He can potentially provide that clarity for you.
so he can do that, but I mean, the staff should be able to work with the Housing Authority to help give us the detail. I think we need more information. It sounds like just write the check is what we've been asked to do.
Chris, you want to respond?
We are committed to Deprete Engineering for fees in excess of $150,000 for the submission that will be filed with the town this week. We have, since this summer, since all we've been doing are renderings with Union, we have only expended, it's been in the neighborhood of $50,000. But when we get to the level for the application to Rhode Island Housing, it is necessary the bills, the information, the original information they gave us last spring was $800,000. But that was for phase one, and we said we aren't spending $800,000. The level of detail, and frankly, we're trying to get better definition from Rhode Island Housing as to exactly what they're going to spend, but we are going to be paying Union at least $400,000 more. At least $400,000 more before we even get the confirmed financing. So, you know, it's going to be bills from DePreet or Union is all we would be seeking reimbursement for. And the people we're using, I think, are pretty well known to the town.
And Chris, I just want to ask you a little bit about your background. You're a construction attorney, is that right?
I spent about 40 years practicing primarily construction law, representing owners, developers, contractors, architects, in contract negotiation, in development work, and in disputes and dispute resolution. I don't practice law anymore, but I spent a lot of my life working in the construction industry, and that's one of the, and I think I have a high level of confidence from my experience with the quality of the team that we have. It's just an extremely expensive process.
Now, in light of his background and how he's represented the plans to us here tonight, and presumably to the Affordable Housing Collaborative, which they recommended approval, you have doubts as to the representations he's made relating to the project?
I am looking at the staff is asking for detail. I don't think he's going to be buying, I don't know, swing sets. I think he's actually going to be working on the project. The staff is saying there's lacking some detail. I think we kick it back to staff, we let the Housing Authority provide the documentation and bring it forward. We still need to figure out if finance would recommend that we expend that money in this way. I mean, I don't know how we're going to get other grant money if every time we accumulate $75,000, it walks out the door. So that's another question. I'm trying to hold on to the money to do a project. That's all.
Can I just make a comment?
That's not what's, we're gonna have like 300,000 left. It's not, after the deposits from this year and the 75 is taken out, we're not gonna be left at zero.
I don't see how you see that on this
I mean, I'm not
crazy spreadsheet, so
Our finance director just walked us through
I'm listening to what we've been told.
So if I could just add one thing about ultimate leveraging, the town did allocate $100,000 in ARPA dollars, for which we are appreciative, and this would be $75,000. Yes, we did receive 2 charitable grants of $18,000 each that are also referenced. One of them was not for this project, but it was, we ended up, and so, but this is leveraging a project that is $41 million of construction and 33 new housing units with no other expenditure of town money. I would venture a statement that you probably can't get a foundation or any other grant agency which will give you that much leverage.
I think time is really of the essence for many reasons. The pot of money that the feds have is not unlimited, and it's really important, I think, that we are able to respond in a timely fashion. And just one question about the feedback from the staff. Was that done in June? That letter, is that from June? That suggests that you need more level of detail. And if it is from several months ago, have you started to augment those sections so that they'll be more acceptable?
We can, right now, we didn't really know until 2 weeks ago that Rhode Island Housing would allow us to submit an application that we are submitting in the form, because we needed to get their permission, because it is a big application for funding. 85 housing units is a big application. They have given us not an approval, but a green light for the filing. Knowing that we could do that, we could then turn with full attention to HUD, for which we have to get approval from HUD by year end, subject to financing, and we have to get the materials into Rhode Island Housing, and Rhode Island Housing application will be due at the end of this year. We have spreadsheets and spreadsheets and spreadsheets that we have to have in the application, which we're happy to give town, because at that point there are numbers that we can vet and confirm as being completely thought out and accurate, because that's part of our application for funding, are voluminous spreadsheets to document all of our expenses, everything. And just as a reminder, SKHA Services doesn't do anything other than raise money to redevelop this property. And it does pay, it has no staff, it pays for this, it has, under HUD rules, we have to reimburse the cost of Laura Lee to Costello to the extent, and some overhead. But frankly, those are modest. But the point is the money all goes into this project. Everything, every dime goes into this project and goes into the consultants to get it done right. And that's why we really want to show it to you, because when you see the plans on this, you're really going to be proud of it.
If I can ask a couple of questions of Megan and then Jamie, but I also want to put it on the record first. I was also here at that council meeting where we talked about the housing fund. It was not limited to Oliver Watson, South Road, and Wakefield School. Megan, if you can come up. Did you have access to the June 27 memo?
Yes.
That included the staff comments that have been talked about?
Yes, I just pulled it up.
And in your deliberations with the presentation by the Housing Authority, are you satisfied that it's appropriate, and is that why they recommended it?
We are. And we went over that in the meeting when Brian was there, because he was the one who wrote the memo. So we did discuss it.
Was Brian satisfied?
I can't speak for Brian.
Okay.
Was Brian?
Jamie Rabbit wasn't
I mean,
present.
so in our last meeting, when I wrote the letter in support of the $75,000, he was there, he worked on it with us, we changed things, and it was all with Brian's agreement. So I believe he didn't voice any concerns at that point.
Thank you.
That was, and again, it was in June, and then we just had our meeting. This letter that I sent was dated in...
Yours is August 25th.
Really?
I think so.
Yes. Yep. Okay.
Jamie, one question for you.
I hope I have the answer tonight.
You heard Mr. Little's explanation about the money and the commitment to Dupree Engineering and Union Studios. If bills were presented based on the recommendation from the Affordable Housing Collaborative, and if it's approved by the council, does that satisfy the requirements for you to pay it?
I think if any motion you entertained tonight included that, I just had an opportunity to speak to Chris and wrote him a note that if he could make the statement that he's committed to utilizing any funds that the council would appropriate specific to architectural and or engineering fees associated with the preliminary application, that would check that box. I think in his presentation tonight, he's alluded to or referenced the fact that with regards to funding, and there potentially is a funding need in this category for the project to move forward, but I haven't heard those specific items. And to our point in our staff memo, we didn't see the specifics there when the Housing Collaborative reviewed it. Again, they thought the project warranted, it just lacked that final detail. And I think, Mike, you're asking for that from the applicant.
Thank you. Could I have Brian come back up? Sorry, Brian. Can you just walk me through the fund? How much money has been in the fund and how much, I know we began in 2007 with a very modest amount, and then how much money has been allocated and how much has been spent? Just go nice and...
Sure. So in fiscal year 2007, 2008, $10,000 was budgeted and received in the fund.
Mm-hmm.
In 2017-18, $100,000 was transferred to the fund. I'm sorry, all of these were transfers from open space.
Mm-hmm.
In fiscal year 2021, that began the next several years trend of a transfer of $37,500. So $37,500 was moved from 2021, 21-22, 22-23, and 23-24. So there were 4 years in a row where $37,500 was moved over to the fund.
Okay.
And in terms of expenses, so all of those years combined through the fiscal year end, June 30th, 2024, funding was received totaling $260,000. And expenses through 6/30/2024 totaled $79,109. That resulted in a fund balance of $180,891 as of fiscal year and June 30th, 2024.
I know, but I don't see it. I don't find them so quickly. Okay.
Within fiscal year 2025, no revenue has been received yet, and expenses totaling $6,200 have been incurred. So now, to date in the current fiscal year, that's where you get the fund balance currently of $174,691.
So right now it has $174,000 in it.
Mm-hmm.
You have outstanding POs of 90,000-ish.
91,961, yes.
So we're back to there's an 81, what did you say, 73?
83, yeah.
So that would deplete all the money again.
But that doesn't take into account the revenues that will be received
Correct.
over time here.
So if you were to pay this out tomorrow, yes, we would have $7,000 in the account, but also through the balance of the fiscal year, you'd be incurring revenues totaling $226,000. I could be.
Brian, do you feel comfortable the balance will be replenished in a reasonable time by the end of this year? Not the current status, but bring it up to something that's a comfort level for you?
So we're trending a little up right now, but it's very, it fluctuates. But we are trending up. When you look at where we are this year versus last year, we are up slightly, but there are peaks and valleys. And last year was actually a down year. So the budget for conveyance fees was $630,000 last year, and we took in $601. So we based the budget this year of about $600,000. So we could certainly exceed that. We were a little low last year. So yes, we were, the 226 number is based on the town taking in $600,000 this year, where we took in $601 last year, and that was actually a down year. So yes.
So my question is, and you might not know, it might be a question for Luke, is there other money that we need? Like, we spent some money to appraise South Road School and to do some investigations. We did that hazmat assessment, a bunch of different things. Where was the funding for that from again?
I believe that was a miscellaneous expense in the...
Mm-hmm.
Hmm?
And is there other, do we anticipate
Is in the town
other...
manager's budget?
Luke, come on up.
I think it was the town... Oh.
If I remember correctly, it came from the Affordable Housing Fund. That's why I'm actually pointing to Jamie, that was one of the uses of that fund, to fund the study that we're working on now. So that's probably included in the POs that Brian is referencing.
One of the POs?
Union Studios. And then this Horsley Witten, yes. Or Union Studios is the locked up PO. 75,000?
Yes.
Correct, yes. So 75,000 is encumbered in purchase orders for that project.
Yes.
For the 3 project property work?
Correct.
Okay. Do you anticipate needing any additional money for that?
Not at this time, but,
Okay.
as the project continues, likely over the next year or two, as our scope will end, and it depends what the council wants to do with the next phases.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I think we've really exhausted this. We've looked at the financial aspect. We've talked to the applicant here. We've talked to the planning director here. We've talked to the chair of the Affordable Housing Collaborative. So, I think we're ready to make a vote on this. Doesn't sound like we're all going to agree. There's some disagreement here. Chris, we've heard a lot here.
No, Jamie asked me to suggest an amendment here so that it's...
Go ahead.
And it was clear that the funding will be used solely for architectural and engineering. But as I indicated, the original application was through SKHA Services and Development Corp., because that's the entity that has the contract with Union Studio and with Dupree. And so we just needed to make, because right now, when that was the application, and then when it made its way back up through, I guess, back to this council, it became South Kingstown Housing Authority, and so that would pose an issue here in terms of being able to use the money, because the Housing Authority is not actually paying for this because of, I won't bore you with it, with the HUD rules. So it's just a matter to be clear that it would be as applied, and we're fully comfortable with limiting to those 2 purposes.
Perfect.
Okay.
So So Chris, just, sorry to bother you. The item on the agenda says South Kingstown Housing Authority. What's the appropriate entity if we're going to grant this?
SKHA Services and Development Corporation, which was the applicant. It is the applicant that is in the file that is linked.
Just checking with Mike, it's okay to revise that?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And then we're going to add the piece about engineering and architecture?
Yes. So do I hear a motion?
I'll make the motion to approve item 8G to award $75,000 from the Affordable Housing Fund per the recommendation of the Affordable Housing Collaborative to the council to support the South Kingstown Housing Authority Services and Development Corporation for engineering and architectural services on their project.
All right, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? All right, that passes unanimous. All right, it's going to bring us to item H. Lori Fox, come on up.
Good evening. The recommendation before you, utilizing American Rescue Plan funding, is to add additional wireless mics. And by wireless mics, I mean handheld mics that won't have the base, so when we're doing a workshop or a forum. We're also asking for a cooling rack. The equipment gets very warm, and we have to move the equipment, so we're going to pay for the labor to move the equipment into the new cooling rack as well. And that's in the cost of $18,349.
Motion to approve item 8H. This is important, we need this.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second. Any discussion? This might be the quickest item tonight, Lori.
Well, I feel like we see Luke and Jamie passing boxes around to report outs. We need this.
All right, any discussion?
No.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, that passes. Thank you,
you.
Lori. Lance Whaley, come on up.
Good evening. Hopefully this is just as fast.
No.
What you see in front of you is a liquid propane generator for the microwave hub that's at the back corner of the police station at the AT&T tower. It's for the radio system. It's the end link of the radio system at the police station. And that's to Marcus Communications for $54,628.34. And that would be from opera funds.
All right, thank you, Lance. Any questions for Lance on this?
No. Motion to approve item 8I.
Greg, you got one?
Yeah. Mike, is it okay if I vote or no?
And your potential conflict would be?
They're related.
I kind of know him.
What is the relationship?
Brother-in-law.
You shouldn't vote. You should recuse.
All right, do I hear a motion?
I gave the motion.
Second.
Okay, yeah. I was just going to say, he's not getting the money, though. No, I'm sorry. The fact that he's your brother-in-law, the money's not going to him, it's going to a company. So you're good to vote, Greg.
So I admitted that in public. And
All right. We have a motion, we have a second. Any discussion?
No.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, that passes. We got one more for you, Lance.
This is for a one-ton utility body pickup truck to replace a SUV that we have. The SUV doesn't really fit the needs for the fire alarm division. That car has 47,000 miles on it. It's a 2016 Chevy Equinox. That will be placed back into service in the fleet. This vehicle is also paid from opera funds for $70,472.
All right. Any questions for Lance on this one?
Nope. Motion to approve item 8J.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second. Any discussion? You're off easy tonight, Lance. All in favor? Aye. All right, that passes. Mark Russo, come on up.
Good evening. So this is a resolution authorizing an award of purchase to Liberty Chevrolet for a 2024 Chevy Express cargo van in an amount not to exceed $54,237.25. This is part of the ARPA funding plan that we have, and this is going to replace a 2010 Colorado pickup truck that does not pass inspection.
All right, thank you, Mark. Any questions here for Mark? Do I hear a motion?
Motion to approve item 8K.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. All right, that passes.
So the next one would be a resolution authorizing an award of contract to Energy Conservation Incorporated of Hanson, Mass. to retrofit some lighting fixtures, or all the lighting fixtures in the lobby of the Recreation Center in an amount not to exceed $11,693. This is not ARPA funding. This is going to come from the undesignated fund balance from the Recreation Center. The lighting fixtures are failing. Over half of them have failed. So we're going to rebuild them with newer technology.
All right. Go ahead.
Sure.
Two questions on this one. One is, are the new replacements going to be any particular energy efficiency, or you said?
So the fixtures that are there now are fully enclosed. So the drivers for the LED drivers, it just baked the fixtures. The new fixtures are thermally protected, so the warmer it gets, it backs down on the electricity, so it doesn't create as much heat. So yeah, it'll be totally redone.
Second question, any chance of grant money available for this?
No, I've asked about, you mean like incentive money or grants from?
The Inflation Reduction Act, because they're in energy efficient lighting.
Right, so we're going to be replacing energy efficient lighting, so it's really a wash there. We're not saving any electricity, if that matters.
All right.
The fixtures aren't that old. In reality, are they any warranty?
No, 2017 when they were installed. The manufacturer no longer makes this fixture because they have failed.
Yeah.
All right. Do I hear a motion there?
Motion to approve item 8L.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, that passes. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
Terry Murphy, come on up.
Good evening. Agenda item M is proposing for the purchase of replacing a 2015 one-ton utility body pickup truck with a liftgate and a plow. This had been in the Recreation Department CIP program. It is proposed to be funded through ARPA funds, and we are looking to be able to utilize the bid that was awarded, the same bid that was used for the highway truck that was purchased or authorized by the council last council meeting. So it's the same bid. It's Hurd Auto Mall was the low bidder, and the proposed purchase price is, where is it here? I'm sorry. $75,185. The existing truck, the 2015, will remain in the fleet. It'll be transferred to the facilities department, where it will be utilized for less impactful type of heavy duty work. It won't pull a trailer. It won't have a plow on it. It'll move personnel from location to location with tools for working on facilities.
All right. Any questions for Terry? Do I hear a motion?
Motion to approve item 8M.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. All right, that passes. We got the next one here, Terry?
Yes, agenda item 8N is recommendation to award a contract to M.E. O'Brien and Sons for the design, purchase, and installation of playground structures for Tuckertown Park Playground and Fagan Park Playground. Both of these have been in the capital improvement program for park projects, pay-as-you-go, and are high priority in terms of replacing the structures, which are not only old, and we've replaced components of them over the years. They're both about 30 years old. We are looking to move towards a more inclusive type of playground design, and we're hoping that M.E. O'Brien can really move us in that direction as we purchase new equipment and install it.
Okay.
Quick question. Will this could we get new playground equipment by the spring, summer, or is it like a long time coming?
I really can't tell. It depends on the type of equipment that once we meet with the vendor, come up with a design that we feel is appropriate, depending on the type of equipment. Some of the inclusive play equipment does have a longer time frame in terms of manufacturing, but
Okay.
we would, we'd love to have something ready for the spring, but I just can't put a promise on that. We know by December 2026 we'll have these playgrounds in.
Yes, we will. Okay, no problem. Thank you. Motion to approve item 8N.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. All right, that passes. Thank you, Terry. Jamie Gorman, come on up.
Good evening. Agenda item O, the building department seeking your authorization to purchase a replacement vehicle, which is a 2024 Chevy Equinox for the price of $29,554. This will be replacing the oldest vehicle in our fleet, which is a 2013 Dodge Journey. It's at the end of its life. It's just looking at significant repairs over the next couple of years. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right. Any questions for Jamie? All right.
Motion to approve item 8O.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, that passes. Thank you, Jamie. Mike Stack, come on up.
Good evening. Before you is a recommendation to replace the harbor master boat that we talked about at the last meeting. Happy to answer any questions.
All right, any questions for Mike Stack on this?
So just have a question, because it's not a large amount, but last time it was $500,000 for the boat. It's 502, super close, $2,700. That's not my issue. My bigger question is for Jim, I guess. What would that mean if every little project goes a little bit over and it comes in over that we anticipate? I guess I'm just a little nervous about the spending piece, not your project, Mike.
Well, we're going back to the manufacturer and tell them that it's about 2,700
Yeah.
over, and hopefully we can get it waived or reduce that amount, but it's, quite honestly, such a minuscule amount for...
But like if every ARPA...
Well, they don't. We don't. We never go over. I mean, you're giving a hypothesis. All ours are all budgeted for a certain amount. We spend a certain amount. This one, we made our best estimate, which is 500. It came in 502, but we are addressing it.
But so like if the vehicle that we just approved, is that less than we anticipated last week or last meeting when we approved a bunch of the purchasing?
Yeah, so every vehicle that we approve, we've gotten a price that we lock in at, right?
Right.
When we estimated the 500, we knew it would come in right around that. But Brian, did we contact them yet, or how did that work out?
So between all of the items that you've been voting on tonight with related ARPA funding, from what was allotted at the last meeting to what's been expended tonight, you're actually underfunding, you're under budget by $30,680. So even though this item was over by 2,700, so we have a lot of items came in right on, a couple came in 10, 15,000 under, so we're actually, from all the items we're purchasing tonight, we're about 30,000 under.
Are you tracking that?
Yes.
Okay, and so, because like, you're trending 30,000 less than the expended funds, correct? Is
Less
that
than
what
what
you're
was
saying?
in the plan that was adopted at the last meeting, yes.
So I just want you to think about, we can't go back, but like, when we talk about the housing authority getting the 75, there might have been 30 that it could have came from ARPA. So I just want to think flexibly that there might have been a different way instead of taking it all out of that fund, just saying that for the record. And that's what I was saying about using other money and not that fund, because that was for other things.
So that's going to lead me to another question, Brian. So when we enter into these agreements to expend the money by 12/31/2024, but we realize that the amounts that we've budgeted for are in excess than the amounts that we agreed to spend, can then we use that difference there to enter into other agreements by the 12/31/24 deadline?
We have some larger projects, and I would defer obviously to the manager, but we have some larger projects still coming between roads, between the EMS station, between Old Mountain, that,
Okay.
yeah.
Old Mountain and EMS,
Yeah.
great, thank you.
So anywhere where there's sort of like, I guess I'll call a surplus, because it's not a deficiency. So a
Right.
surplus, we have a plan by which we would just allocate that surplus toward, I don't know, Old Mountain Field or other projects in the queue that need more money going forward.
Correct.
Thank you. That was my question. Motion to approve item 8P.
We got a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, that passes. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you for your support. Just clarifying, that excess is actually not coming from ARPA funds in the memo. It was recommended out of the capital reserve fund, just as a point of reference.
Thank you.
Got it. Thank you, Mike. You got it, Rich.
You're still standing, Rich.
In 20 fiscal year 24, so the year we're in now, you may remember that we did receive some money from DOT through the Municipal Road and Bridge Fund. We received $560,000 to put towards roadway improvements. Well, they've done it again this year, and that's what this is in reference to. It's $184,000 this year. They distribute it based on how many road miles we have. They had, I think, an additional $5 or $6 million to distribute, and so we're getting $184,000. We are obligated to, I believe, $368,000. We were already planning, as part of our capital improvements, to spend about $525 towards roadways, so we'll be covered for that. We put our asphalt bid out. It was going out on Friday, so we'll in the next month or so I'll be back in here representing exactly which roads we'll be doing and requesting the funding for that. So this request here is to allow Jim to enter into the agreement, for the funding.
All right. Jim, go ahead.
Yeah, just a note on that. Town of South Kingston should be commended on how they use that money. They get a real big bang for the buck. 25% of our budget for the roadways came from this fund. The governor's profiling South Kingston tomorrow, along with Warwick and North Providence, for using that money to make a tremendous impact. Rich gave me a breakdown today of about 650 properties that were affected by a paving project last year involving thousands of residents. So that money went to very good use, and South Kingston's going to be profiled, his hard work, and the staff tomorrow at a press conference.
Excellent. All right, do I hear a motion here?
Motion to approve item 8Q.
Second, sorry.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, that passes.
Thank you. So the next one is in reference to hot boxes. We use a hot box to store asphalt when it's being placed, so it keeps it warm and keeps it active for a longer period of time. We'll also use it in the winter months in cold weather for cold weather asphalt, and then we'll be able to use it to warm up that product as well. We're using a cooperative procurement contract to purchase this. We're going from a Falcon 2-ton to a new Falcon 2-ton. The one that we have now is a 2014. As you can imagine, the heating and the storage and all those things, the weather and all those have done a number on the one we have. So we'd like to purchase another one. The cost of this product is, where did I put it? It's 30, what is it, 36,000, and this is an ARPA-funded project.
Motion to approve item 8R.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, that passes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Reg. Luke Murray, come on up.
Good evening. I'm here on behalf of Laurel Clark. She's out on vacation this week, so I'm taking the helm on this one. I'm presenting an award of contract not to exceed $335,652 to Brewster Thornton Group for architectural and engineering services related to the Community Learning Center. Brewster Thornton has a significant historic experience. It was really what we were looking for. We did receive 5 proposals for this project. It includes services to include survey, engineering, landscape architecture, everything we need for the renovation project. Brewster Thornton has the benefit of having Barbara Thornton on the group, which she has approximately 37 years of experience in historic architecture, and she's done significant work at URI. After reviewing the 5 firms, we determined that they were the best fit for the project. We did negotiate a fee. This was an RFQ process, as with all our architecture and engineering solicitations per state law, and determined they were the most qualified. We did negotiate them down quite a bit. They came in quite high on their fee. We've negotiated them down approximately $100,000. So that was good, and that was credit to also KCM, who's our owner's project manager, who assisted with that effort. So tonight we're requesting the award of the $335,652, which does include a $10,000 contingency.
All right. Any questions for Luke?
No, this is a good project. Motion to approve item 8B.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, that passes. Wait, Luke, before we go, we got item S as well.
Sure, we can move on to that.
Geothermal stuff.
Sure. So up for consideration is the engagement of Ty and Bond for phase 1 environmental site assessment services for the school building project in an amount not to exceed $14,000. This RFQ is put out for phase 1 and phase 2 services. At this time, we're only looking to do phase 1, which is really more of a cursory evaluation of the site, doing a report, doing data research, and seeing if there's any environmental concerns on the site. If there are identified concerns, then we'd come back to the council for an award of phase 2. So this phase is fairly low cost. It's $14,000, but that does include an $850 contingency for the project. We did have 5 submittals on the project. They were evaluated solely by left field staff on this one because it was technical related. We felt they were the best evaluators of this one, and the building committee has recommended award of Ty and Bond.
All right. Any questions for Luke on this one?
Yes. So is this money coming out of the $150 million bond?
It will.
It will.
It will. It's fully reimbursable. I mean, Brian can speak to it, but the way we're running it now is essentially a due from. So we're essentially drawing down on our current cash reserves. That'll be backfilled by the money once we start rolling out the bands. Okay. Am I incorrect in that? Okay.
No, that's fine. Just making sure.
Good question.
All right. Any other questions?
Motion to approve item 8S.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. All right, that passes. Thank you, Luke. Chief Moynihan.
Good evening. I have 2 requests. The first is a continuation of a program I came before you in federal fiscal year 22, where we launched a pilot program to enhance using DOT Office of Highway Safety money in our media campaign against traffic enforcement. The pilot program was successful. We were awarded $33,000 the year after. This is a continuation of that program in a request. The vendor that we had is Cromwell Public Affairs. It's an MPA her company is what we've been using for the last 2.5 years, or 2 years, I should say, and we want to continue that service moving forward. What the service is really all of our social media, messaging, press release, anything that's related to traffic safety, traffic enforcement, and it's all funded through the grants from the Office of Highway Safety. This year we were awarded $37,950. So we request the award, request approval to initiate a contract with Cromwell Public Affairs for another year with using those funds.
All right, any questions for the chief? Go ahead.
Chief, are there any metrics or data that's available to gauge the effectiveness of the campaign?
We do. We report that out to the Office of Highway Safety, so how many times our messages get clicked, whether it's on Facebook or Twitter, so we can gauge that as far as who's following us and how many times the message is really being viewed.
Is there anything in terms of reduced need for enforcement?
No, I mean, we're using this media, and as I said, we introduced it, was the first really in the state as far as having it, but it's more of another tool. Instead of just utilizing enforcement, utilizing messaging and awareness about traffic safety just goes to the combined effort to make the roadways safe. So, can we say that by putting the messages out, we're going to have a reduced impaired driving? No, but the more messaging we get out, the more awareness we have, we hope that it would deter people to making right decisions.
Thank you.
Yep.
And so the grant is for $37,950, and that's exactly the amount of the contract. There's no town money given?
Correct. We're not going to use any of the town money for it. It's all supplied by the grant.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Mike, do we need to make a motion to continue after 11? Wait, what? You got to turn it on, Greg.
Make a motion, we continue after 11.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, that passes. Go ahead, Chief.
So I think the positive messaging is really helpful. I think we need to, develop that relationship that the public trusts our safety officers, who are doing a great job. So I think that the positive tone of being helpful is really important, and I appreciate the good work that they're doing. So I'm happy to support and make a motion to approve item 8T.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, one more, Chief.
Great, thanks. The second one is a resolution requesting a handheld device. It's called TrueNarc, and it's a handheld analyzer that an officer can utilize. Uses a technology really where it's able to identify an unknown substance through packaging. So it prevents the officer from having to have any physical contact with, say, fentanyl, carfentanil, real deadly or dangerous substances in the field. It'll give them a return immediately on what the substance is. So we would use that as part of our field test for an unknown substance, and either furthering our investigations or identifying some type of substance at a scene. So that also is a sole source vendor. We would be utilizing funding from the opiate settlement fund that the town has an award from, and that request would be not to exceed $31,093.
Just curious, how often do I believe in the purchase, but just how often do you anticipate we would use this machine in a year? How often do you come across unknown substances?
It could be several times a week.
Several times a week?
Yeah,
okay.
Several times a week. I mean, typically what we do now is, and especially with the increase of exposure to fentanyl and now even carfentanil, is substances would be seized, they wouldn't be field tested, and it would go to the lab, and then we wouldn't necessarily charge for several months later. The dangerous part about that is someone who is battling with an opiate addiction aren't getting put into the system. So they're not going to court, they're not necessarily getting services of rehabilitation as we're waiting for those tests to come back. But this will give us instant results and be able to get that process forward and hopefully help people that are struggling with addiction.
And in terms of the opioid settlement, is it in the memo, how much do we have?
Our
and
balance is currently 378,000.
It's 378?
378,000, yes.
Okay. You have plenty of money for that.
Yes.
Motion to approve item 8U.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Right, that passes.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Chief. All right, that's going to bring us back to public comments, formerly known as comments from interested citizens. So if anyone in the audience who hasn't spoke wants to come up and speak on any matter, I invite you to come on up.
Roberta Mulholland. Did you find out when that 6-person committee meets? When, where?
They've already met, is my understanding.
No more meetings? Were they public? Were they noticed?
It was not public, it was not noticed, it was not a body that required that. It was an internal group in Town Hall, and in addition, one member of the EDC and one member of the HDC.
I really hate to hear someone on the council say it wasn't required. We expect transparency. You talk about transparency when you're running for office. You need to be transparent. That means letting people know when committees are meeting to spend tax dollars. Secondly, the tone that the president uses when he speaks to Councilwoman Bergner is inappropriate. There is a hostility that comes from you that's in this room. There are people who will not come here to speak because of the feeling and the tone that this council has. You should do better. How many public are here? Not many. But you should do better. She is an elected member of that council. Every member is as important as the other, and it is inappropriate for the president to think that that role is somehow superior to any other. It's not. With respect to the letter asking to reduce the membership of the Affordable Housing Collaborative Committee, I would ask, because I did read the memo, what was done before asking to reduce when a member doesn't come to the meetings for a year? It's probably better to come to the council and say, please try to recruit and maybe remove the member that's not coming for a year before you take a 7-member committee and reduce it to 5 so that a majority of 3 is all that would be needed to make decisions, such as giving away the money that's in the account for affordable housing, or any other the important things that they do. And what have you done as a council to recruit people? What have you done? What's the outreach that you've done to make people aware that you need more volunteers? Some of the people that volunteer and don't get chosen for committees or boards, have you reached out to them? Maybe they'd like to do something else. Every agenda you have, here's the report, and you don't appoint anyone, or sometimes you do, but it's up to you to reach out to the public, to let the public know what is needed, and help the people who are on the committees that don't have enough people. Most people do not pick up those agendas for those meetings. So that is your job. And Mike, you can make all the faces you want. That's another reason people don't come here, because you make faces when people are talking. It's a terrible, terrible tone in this room from the people at the front of the room. Thank you.
All right, anyone else in the audience wish to speak? All right, we're going to move on now to the town manager's report.
Thank you, Council President. We'll try and go through this as quickly as possible. So there are 3 items. The 4th one we'll talk about early voting, which that's a quick one. Basically, the polls open
Tomorrow.
tomorrow, 8:30 to 4:30, all the way through weekdays. It goes all the way to November 4th, the day before the election, but it closes at 4 p.m. So, and then you go to your normal polling place. So, I just wanted to mention that tomorrow it starts the early voting. The second item we'll go over, because the judge is here, is the report on the municipal and housing court, which was supposed to be a 6-month update, but it's really turned into more like an 8-month update because of the volume of stuff we have on the agenda. I would just say this, speaking to the judge, speaking to the clerks that run it, it's been a success. We've taken our own issues in control, especially the housing court, which, talking to the judge, was one of the things that made the biggest impact. Instead of relying on Superior Court for these decisions they would make that could take years to correct items involved in housing, it now takes weeks. And he mentioned that to me, and it stuck in my mind. They've been working very hard on it. Nicole, Emily, the clerks, and Judge Scholes. So I have them here tonight. They have a statistical analysis that they just wanted to show the council. If you have any questions for the judge or the clerk, you'd be free to ask.
So Judge Scholes, we want to invite you to come up as well.
Good evening, thank you.
Why is it There we go. Sorry about that. Well, good evening. So this is kind of our 12-month review for the municipal and the housing court. We went live November 7th of 2023 and had our first court date in December. So as of, why? There we go. Sorry about that. It froze on me. So for the municipal court statistics, we have issued a total number of 2,226 tickets. 555 of those were traffic tickets. 1,616 of those were parking tickets. And then 35 of those were ordinance violations. A total of 1,789 tickets have been closed, which means they were either dismissed or paid. And so from the beginning of our court to now, currently, traffic tickets, we've received revenues in the amount of $18,839. Ordinance violations, $842. Parking tickets, $35,285. And court fees, $4,031. A total amount of $14,636 was remitted to RITT as required, and the total town revenues for this over this year has been $59,032.
What's the basis for the remittal to traffic tribunal?
So for the traffic tribunal, we have to pay them a portion. So there's a $4 summons fee, and then there's a portion of the fine and court costs that need to be remitted to them as required. So, and then we get to keep a portion of the fines, a portion of the court costs, and enhanced penalties if it's applicable.
It's state law. It applies to all municipal courts.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks.
Go ahead.
I have a question, if it's okay for the judge. So, the housing court, is that you, the housing court statistics? Is it you, do you handle those as well?
We do, yes.
Okay. So could you just talk a little bit about how you resolve the violations without court action?
So, no, there is court action. So here we have, that's the notice of violations are sent out prior to having to summons them to court.
Okay. So
I just wanted to kind of show how many have been resolved without having to come to court yet.
So those are what? Those are notices you send out to homeowners?
Yes, so
And
when a
property owners?
violation has come in, we send them a notice of violation, which is required to happen before we summons them to court.
Okay.
So 43 of the violations were resolved without having to bring them to court.
Okay.
Mhm.
And what are some of the active cases that you're dealing with?
Sure. The housing court, for me, it's been very interesting. So a couple examples. We had one where we had a historical boat from 1920. It was involved with the Battle of Dunkirk. So you had a resident who had it on his property. It was a big eyesore for his neighbors, and just didn't have the funds to either. He wanted to ship it back to England, which is where he's from, and he didn't have the funds to do that. And he also had another fiberglass boat. And we were able to work with him, and now on North Road, there's no longer a eyesore of a 100-year-old boat that had a hole in the hull, so rodents could have got in. I think there was lead paint, so it was leaching on the ground. So that's one example that I think has been a success with the housing court, whereas prior to this, it would have had to go to Superior Court, which would take many, many months, if not longer. Other ones have been, the most common is just eyesores, debris in the yard, violations of either town ordinance or the state building code. And my philosophy for the housing court has been, whenever I'm presented with a first time appearance, I usually I try to be fair and impartial and say, these are allegations against you. We have two paths we can go down. One is the contested path, in which case we can have the solicitor here and have a hearing, and I'll decide whether or not you violated town ordinance or state housing code law. Or we can go down the path where we work together to see if we can resolve it. And to date, I have not had one person go down the contested path. So what I try to do is I try to get it resolved as quickly as possible. We do have some that are just the conditions of the property are just so extremely outrageous. It takes months for them to get it in good repair. So my philosophy has not been to necessarily fine them. I think that the intent of housing court is to get the property in good repair, so it's no longer an eyesore. I think we've only had one violation where we've actually issued a fine, and that was a case where the notice went out, no one appeared after continuing it at least once. Other than that, the property owners have worked with the town, and we've resolved most of the matters.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, is this the end of the slides? All right, well, Judge Scholes, it's good to have you here. We don't see you often unless we go to municipal court night and sort of just observe, but it's good to have you here. It's good to have you talk about the cases that are in front of you. Definitely some interesting ones, and let's make this a reoccurring thing. We'd like to have a regular update on the successes and the challenges of the municipal court and the housing court, and we definitely want to hear more about the cases you're working on as you go forward.
Of course. At your pleasure. I can always show up any town council meeting.
All right.
The 59,000 in revenues, does that cover all the costs?
Cover all the costs of the whole court, or?
Yes, I'm assuming the only expenditures that it's showing is the 14,636.
I was more just trying to show, out of all the money we've received, this is how much we have to pay to RITT out of all those tickets.
Okay.
It doesn't necessarily encompass
All expenses.
all the expenses.
Okay.
So, as I recall, Greg, they had to buy a software program to manage the cases, correct?
Yes.
You had bumped up a clerk, or you reapportioned, trying to remember so long ago, reapportioned some money, and there's obviously the judges' stipends.
Yeah, and then there's overtime for the police department. So we said this on day one, that the cost, especially the first year of the court, might not be paid by the fine structure that's coming in. I'm confident. I've never seen a municipal court that didn't cover its own expenses throughout the state. This is our first year. We're just really getting our feet on the ground with this. But more importantly than anything with this is we've taken our issues in this town and we handle them ourselves now, rather than paying RITT the opposite amount, giving them the bulk of the money for the work our officers are doing, but especially for the housing court.
Yeah.
We were really tied up for years and years with some of these cases, and we're resolving them in weeks now.
Yeah, it wasn't a criticism, it was just a question.
No, it's a
that's
very
all.
good question.
Yeah.
I'm confident that we estimated within the third year, we would have all of it covered and possibly with a surplus, similar to Narragansett.
And if I could just speak as to the volume, so I was appointed last September of '23. Took a few months to kind of get it going, and our first month was intentionally a small calendar, or maybe a dozen cases. So it took a few months to kind of get it to where it is now. Right now, I'd say on average 50 to 60 traffic cases are adjudicated every month, maybe a dozen or so town ordinance or parking tickets. And for instance, in the summer, with so many parking tickets, we actually have a special court session in December to resolve them all. So right now it's twice a month. The second Wednesday is traffic court. The third Tuesday is the housing court. And then as needed, we'll schedule a special session.
What did you say? The second Wednesday is traffic, and the third
Tuesday is housing.
Is housing. Okay. So I did want to say that I don't think you were on the council, Greg, when we did have homeowners come and say they were so frustrated with someone who lived on their street, who had probably an illegal bedroom, had 4 or 5 people living, and it was like heartbreaking for that homeowner. And there was only one recourse, to go to Superior Court. So I think for hopefully that person has a better outcome, and you've resolved whatever's going on. And
Yes, that's my goal for the housing court, yes.
So those are the hard stories with the neighbors. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you, Judge Schultz.
Thank you. Take care.
The next item, every meeting we give a brief update because of the magnitude of the project, the school, that we would give a briefing on when the next meeting is and maybe some of the topics, and also talking about an ongoing project. It's kind of gotten bigger than just me talking about it. So Chris Spiegel, who's the consultant that we hired, will be coming periodically to brief the council. This will be quick as well, but you'll be hearing it from him in case you start having questions about what's going on in the geothermal well and the date and stuff like that. So, Chris?
Good evening, members of the council. For those of you that live near South Kingstown High School, you may have noticed a recent little flurry of activity with us getting the site prepared for geothermal well drilling. Prior to us starting that work, which began Tuesday at 6 o'clock in the morning with getting everything ready to install fencing at 8 o'clock after the school drop-off period was over. Prior to that, we held a series of meetings where we let people know what was going on, what to expect with the project. In terms of our next school building committee meeting, it'll be being held tomorrow at 6 o'clock p.m. in the high school cafeteria. So that's an important distinction. It's not being held here. It's being held in the high school cafeteria. There was a conflict for the use of this room. An update did go out twice, actually, to all people that have signed up for the school building project to let them know that, again, it's here, it's in the cafeteria. It's not here in town council chambers. In terms of other movement on the project, we've recently been meeting with authorities having jurisdiction over this project in order to get their input on potential changes to the schematic design. We just had a meeting with technology today to make sure, as you are probably aware, the town and the school department's joint fiber server is located in the high school. So we're working out a way to make sure that all of that stays online throughout the project. These are just an example of some of the ongoing activities that we've had going on over the past 2, 3, 4 weeks. Our next larger public meeting to discuss the schematic design is currently scheduled for November. Just give me a second here. It's in about a month. It is scheduled for Wednesday, November 13th. The exact time and the exact location has not been finalized yet. That'll be discussed tomorrow at the school building committee meeting. But again, Wednesday, November 13th is when we're going to be presenting the schematic design. I have seen it, and I can tell you that for those of you that have been involved with this project, you're not going to see anything that's going to be out there, right? It's still the exact same concept on the exact same piece of land, the exact same structure, predominantly a 2-story with a small 3-story wing. Where those elements are exactly have changed a little bit, but it's nothing that you all haven't seen before. I can guarantee you that in terms of what you should be expecting about this project. That schematic design we currently have is being estimated right now by Gilbane Building Company. We'll have those estimates back, and we'll pivot as needed to make sure the project comes in on budget. I can say that the current budget that we have, all of our markers that we're looking at other schools being built, we are on track, and we are very glad that that this council recommended going to 150 million opposed to the 125 million. That is my brief update. Happy to answer any specific questions you have or anything else that you'd like to discuss.
Thank you, Chris.
Is the school still being figured at about 144,000 square feet?
It changes with these new meetings that we're having. Right now, we're around between 145 and 155,000 square feet. Again, this is a push and pull process. As numbers come in, we'll continue to adapt the size of the school.
So the figures are coming in lower if you're going up?
So if the figures come lower and I can get away with building you an efficient building at 145,000 square feet, I'm not going to say, go ahead, we've got money, build another 20,000 square feet. My goal is to continue to be aggressive with the architect so that they design the most efficient building possible and that we get all of the educational program in the smallest footprint possible.
Any other questions for Chris?
So when would we see a significant change in the exterior of the building? If it's going to look essentially the same on November 13th, when would we see a better sense of what it's going to look like?
So we will have updated renderings on November 13th. As you remember, the preliminary renderings were just that. They were preliminary. We will have an updated set of renderings that will have a much better identification of proposed color schemes, proposed envelope materials, whether that be masonry or wood or other types of envelope materials. Mm-hmm. November 13th is a good date for that. After we have the public meeting, obviously we have to have a series of meetings with the town council prior to submitting that project to the Rhode Island Department of Education for this first step. I know I've said this multiple times, but I do want to reiterate, this is step one of a 3-step ride process. We have ample opportunity to continue to solicit feedback and make alterations to the design. Changes in design cost nothing. Changes in construction cost millions of dollars. So we want to make sure we flush out any of these issues now in design and react to them so that we're not dealing with them when we're constructing the project.
All right.
Thank you very
Chris.
much.
Jim?
The last item is the Old Tower Hill Road neighborhood plan. This is going to be a quick update by Jamie Rabbit to talk about the Able City East update, which is the company that was hired to do this. Jamie, they're going to come on Union Studios, coming on the 28th, correct?
So is Able City East on the 28th.
On the 28th, okay. So I'll turn this over to you and you can...
Again, as Mr. Manny said, just a quick update. Able City East, specifically Jason King, has made his arrangements to be in South Kingstown at your next meeting, October 28th, to go over their initial report and some of their basis for a form-based code associated with a vision for Old Tower Hill Road as vetted during their charrette this past summer. So that's my brief update. Again, I think we're talking about an allotment of time for them that evening so that you'll have sufficient time to see the presentation and ask questions.
Are we inviting the planning board to this meeting?
We will.
Should we?
They're aware of it. We will send invites out to land use boards and commissions.
So it makes sense to make sure that we get the planning board there.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, looking forward to it, Jamie.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all I have.
So just have
All right.
one question about the election
Yes.
part. Sorry, we went by so fast. Mail ballots were due today. That's fine, fair. Someone asked me, no one has sent out any mail ballots unsolicited, right? Someone wanted me to ask. No households get one unless they submitted that form.
Yep, they have to apply.
Okay.
Even a permanent mail ballot application, we send the application automatically, and they still have to fill it out and apply.
Okay, so it was during COVID that people got a mail ballot all sent to their households because people were like, my children haven't lived here in 15 years, and so they're just remembering a little bit differently?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's not how the process works anymore.
Okay, and you verify with the mail ballots, the signatures and such?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Just crossing it off. Thank you.
All right, that's going to move us to item 11, communications. A is an email dated October 8, 2024 from Carol Babbitt Spears tendering her resignation from the Affordable Housing Collaborative Committee.
So, Callie Babbitt Spears, just so you know, she's a great advocate. She was advocating for improved laundry services at the Housing Authority before we built the Housing Authority laundry room. So this woman has been a strong advocate for the residents and needs, and this is a big loss. So I understand she can't do it, but I want to move that we accept her resignation and recognize the legacy of her advocacy to increase affordable housing, to improve the lives of those who live in the South Kingstown Housing Authority locations. So she did a lot to bring awareness to other elected officials who helped shepherd in the laundry room that took a long time. So I just want to recognize her in that email, if we could, or a letter of recognition thanking her. Sorry.
Second.
She did a great job. She's great. If you don't know her, she is a great person.
All
So
right.
it's a big loss.
We got a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, that passes. It's going to move us to item B, a letter dated August 25, 2024 from Megan Sparks requesting the Affordable Housing Collaborative Committee membership be reduced from 7 members to 5. Megan, come on up. So, is this issue moot at this point because of the resignation that has occurred?
No.
So we only have 4 members right now.
Okay.
So what we've been struggling with was Callie, her resignation happened but didn't happen. So I think it was about a year where she wasn't coming to meetings. So that was what prompted, I think, to see if she was going to resign or stay on, where she decided to resign. But right now, out of the 7 members, we only have 4. So to make a quorum, we all have to be present at every meeting. And this summer, we actually had 2 meetings that were canceled because we couldn't meet the quorum.
I got a question for legal counsel here. So Mike, if the group is to be made up of 7 members, but only 4 show up at a meeting, isn't that a quorum?
Oh, so it is, but then
didn't have all 4.
it's hard. So Brian Wagner, who's our liaison, he suggested maybe reaching out and seeing if we could change it to 5 members, so then the quorum would only be 3. So on the off chance that someone can't make it, we could still have the meeting and wouldn't have to cancel it.
Okay. And how has the interest from the community to find new members here? Have you guys had any outreach toward individuals to try to seek them to join?
So we have, especially with the most recent school building projects. We both, Josh Port, who's the vice chair, and I were trying to talk to people after the meeting to get them to join. I have talked to different people, and hopefully we'll have some applications, but right now everyone I've been talking to isn't able to commit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So
And
Mike,
I think Brian actually posted something on Facebook or the website looking for new members. I don't have social media, so I'm not sure, but I think that there was some outreach done. Do you know?
Actually, in July, there was a newsflash submitted by the town looking for various boards and commissions. Again, to Megan's point, the committee has been working since 2020 with between 4 and 6 members without a full committee of 7 in that point. So to Megan's point, with only 4 on the committee, if one person's sick or one person recuses themselves, you're down to you potentially lose your quorum, with 1 member absent. Again, 7-member committee, but only 4 active right now.
So Mike, I got a few questions for you. If we wanted to reduce the amount from 7 to 5, how would we do that? We could just do that now?
No, not tonight. It would probably require an ordinance change. The one thing I want to check, and I don't think it applies, is the state law on these committees to make sure there's not an override in state law. I don't think there is, but I
Okay.
want to check that.
And if
But
we
if
wanted-
you wanted to, it would be an ordinance change.
And if we wanted to do like a temporary reduction to 5,
It still would
until we get
require-
to 7?
No, we'd still require an ordinance change. If your ordinance says 7, the only way you can change it is through an ordinance change.
Okay.
Most of the committees have 7 members. Affordable housing, conservation, EDC has 11, historic district 7, library board of trustees, planning board. Ones that have 5 are, sustainability has 7. One that has 5 is the Saugatucket Veterans Memorial Park, the Rec Commission, the Housing Authority. So most are not that size, and BPAC is 5. So
All right.
it's
I
a
think
sort
we
of a
just got to
mixed
increase
bag.
our outreach here
Yeah.
to get more members, because this process is not easy to remove it down to 5. Even if we wanted to do it temporarily, that would be a challenge. So let's increase the outreach. Let's try to maybe put something on the website.
Yep. We'll work harder for you, because we network. We all have our networks, and people are passionate about this.
And in the interim, make sure all the members keep showing up. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we're just going to hold for a while.
Yeah, we don't need anything on that.
So we're going to put this on file, Megan, but I guess we're going to invite you to return and help us. If you're still struggling in a couple of months, come back. We don't want you to keep struggling. Thank you.
All right, it's going to move us to item C, an email dated October 8, 2024 from Councilmember Alley requesting a work session regarding affordable and workforce housing. Patty, go ahead.
So just as a follow-up to the 4 meetings that we've had, I noticed that there's still, this is a very complicated topic, and now with our goal is to address housing in a very wide, a wide group between 30 and 120% of AMI. And so the workshops that we've had up to this point don't address that full spectrum. And I want to make sure that people understand the big picture view, that we have FHA, which includes like Champaign Heights and Fournier Estates, and that the FHA standards have changed recently, so they're sort of grown to include 30 to 60%, and a lot of the housing that we've been discussing so far has been more in the 60 to 120, or maybe even 80 to 120. So I just would like to do a workshop where we explain all of the different aspects of affordable housing and sort of take a report of how we've done, like with the ADUs, we've had some good recaps tonight with where we stand with FHA and Chris Little. I just would like to do I just want to understand what we've accomplished this time so that the next council knows where they're starting from and can make a good goal for the next 2 years, basically.
I think it's a good idea. I think at the next meeting, we plan to have a detailed report presentation as to the findings of the 4 affordable housing community input sessions, South Road, Wakefield, Oliver Watson. So we want that. That will be on there. As to a work session focused to all aspects of housing and affordable housing across the broad spectrum, I think it's definitely necessary. I do think early into the term of the new council, it could probably be best served because We'd allow whoever is on the council at that time, right from the get-go, like, here's where we are, broad sense, and then let's identify where we want to go from here. That's how I see best way forward with this. But that's just my thoughts. What does anyone else think?
I mean, I think from a practical standpoint, we're practically to the end of our term, but I really do think this is important. So, you know, hopefully hopefully we could get it done.
Do you want it before or right when the new council starts, or right before the term ends?
Well, so the election is on the 5th, and then the swearing in is around, the 21st? So will we have another meeting after the election, or?
Yeah, there's one meeting of the new council in November, and then we could either try to squeeze in a work session soon after that, late November, probably early December, and then just hit the ground running with this. That way here's where we are, then we identify, or whoever's on the council, we identify where do we go. Based on what we have here, where do we want to go from here?
I just want, I'm okay with it happening then. I just think it's important at some point before the next term really begins in earnest.
Agreed. All right. So then we're definitely going to have the update on...
So is that a special meeting?
Yeah, that would be a special meeting, not just before a town council meeting. That'd be a full
never
night
do
dedicated.
it in 30 minutes, nothing.
No, it's not a 30-minute
agreed.
thing.
So maybe, a special meeting on a Monday that isn't a council meeting?
Sure.
Yeah,
Sure.
or Thursday, like we
You
did
don't like
the other
Fridays?
ones.
Well, I like Fridays, but...
Yeah, I don't think anybody else likes Fridays.
So Monday.
Thursday, we did the other ones on Thursday.
The other
nights.
ones were on a Thursday, so it doesn't
Yeah.
matter to me.
It doesn't matter to me either.
All right. So we'll definitely have the update at the next meeting. Jim's already aware of that comprehensive report on the feedback from the 4 community input sessions for the Oliver Watson Wakefield South Road School. And then soon into the new council's term,
Sure.
a special work session dedicated to an all-encompassing night on housing and affordable housing.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Cool. I don't think we really need a vote there. I think we're good. Okay. Next item, item D. This is moot at this point, but an email dated October 8, 2024 from Michael Sherry, Chair of the Waterfront Advisory Commission, concerning the purchase of a new boat for the harbor master.
Oh, it's nice that they feel that's needed. Great, thank you.
All right, we've already addressed this,
Mm-hmm.
so we'll just move on from here. All right, Doral, come on up. An email dated October 8, 2024 from Doral Beasley concerning the proposed athletic field complex location.
God.
Yeah, we did
We
that.
did.
Yep.
We did it right at 11:01.
Microphone, door.
So, in my past life, when I worked for Electric Boat, I was in the process engineering group, and basically what we did was, if something wasn't working, we went out and looked at it and tried to figure out how to fix it. So, when the project was restarted with Studio Jade, and the community sessions started, and people were coming and they were talking about what they thought the building should look like and where it should be and everything. So the consensus seemed to say that it was going to be where it is projected to be. But early in that process, the building committee, if I remember correctly, asked if Studio J to see whether or not the athletic field and the high school could be on that piece of property. And the answer was possibly, but you would have to send kids to Curtis Corner for 3 years to knock down the old school, to build a new school, and then put the field there. Nobody wanted to get into the portable classroom stuff, and so that it died, and then you ended up with the project you have now. So during this time, I started to look around the town and see what other possibilities there were, and the first one was the YMCA property. Then I contacted the South Kingstown Land Trust to see if they had any properties. They had a bunch of properties off of Tuckertown Road that had some real potential, but they weren't near sewers. And the last thing I think I remember looking at was on Broad Rock Road, 63-acre parcel owned by the University of Rhode Island, just a little bit past the middle school on the left there. In fact, if you can believe this one, when I contacted their engineering group about the possibility of seeing if it could do a land swap with the town if the property looked viable, they said, "We own property there?" They had no clue. Okay, 63 acres donated to the university by some alum 25 years ago. So anyway, so now, back in January, I sent a letter, email to Mr. Maria Carreño, head of the school building authority, and my question was, if a piece of property could be found, if another less expensive in site preparation and construction costs location for the stadium were located and would be amenable to the school building authority, could that type of modification occur during stage 3? So his answer was, I sent all this to you, so you probably already read it, or either you saw my name on it and you sent it to the trash can. Yes, we are always amenable to lower cost options. Now, so that brings me back to the issue of this project of spending $7 million, $5 supposedly on the high school, and another $2 at Curtis Corner, to knock down existing buildings, 335,000 square feet, that have the potential, if funding can be found, to become affordable housing. In fact, the high school complex itself could probably be turned into 100 affordable housing units. So then I remembered, because I've been the tax assessor for the Kingston Fire District for 16 years. I remembered there was a piece of property right in the village owned by, originally owned by Vincent Rose, who was a professor of chemistry at URI. But he passed away in 2023, and the property was then went to his son, who lives in Richmond. Now, on a whim, just a whim, I contacted him. He said, "Sure, come on over to the house." Went over there, and I said, first, okay, this is an 18.5-acre piece of property. You've probably seen it. If you've driven on 138 through the village and then taken the right, or up to the village on 108, and you take a right, like you're going to Tower Hill, probably about a quarter of a mile after you make the right, on the left, you'll see this big open field. So it's like 18.5 acres, and it fronts 138, and also has about another 500 feet of frontage on Old North Road. And it also abuts a piece of town property of about 20 acres. So in all, you got like 38 acres there, right? Now, when we were looking at the we were looking at the YMCA. That whole property total was 20 acres, 10 of which, interestingly, we sold to the YMCA around 25 years ago. So anyway, which they're not using, by the way, that part of it, barely. So anyway, so you have this piece of property, and half a mile from the university, I believe we have students that go, I believe there are programs for AP students that take college level courses in our high school now that actually go to the university for some portion of their study. But anyway, so it's always bothered me that we're going to spend $7 million to knock down 2 buildings that could possibly become affordable housing. So I asked Mr. Rose and his wife, talked to both of them, had they ever considered selling the property? And he said, well, they've had a couple inquiries after his father died. His father, I guess his father had some over the years, but he never sold it. But he said they would, if somebody, if the town of South Kingston wanted to offer, come up with an offer of the property, they would consider it. So that was basically the end of the conversation. And that's what I sent to you in the email, I believe, the next day. That this piece of property where you could put the high school and the stadium together, like we've wanted, a campus, a full campus, exists now. The biggest thing, my biggest concern of the project is not the high school, where it's going to go. It's the athletic field, and here's why. We're going to knock down Curtis Corner, and then we had to bring in about 10 or 12 feet of fill and raise the level of the existing field up to a point where it's actually where you actually can contour it from the level of where the school is, the ground there. So that's a 10 to 12 foot lift of a ton of material. The base, as the base, to build this base up to put your new field in. And it's still going to be in a place that's surrounded by wetlands and swamp. If you go and look at the GIS map, when you look at the GIS map, this is what you see. You'll see, and when you activate the you can activate the thing that brings up, that'll activate all the wetlands, and then it turns all the wetlands into like little ferny kind of things all over, green all over the place, right? So when you do that, what you'll see is all in that area behind to north of that field, all turns kind of green, and then off to the east, green, 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 all behind those homes on Curtis Corner, and continues on almost to where the police station is now. Then when you look at, if you turn on the elevations will show that the elevation level of all that area where the wetlands are shown is also basically the same elevation as, is that Asa Pond? I believe it is. Okay. So what that means is, if you have a rain event similar to what we had some years ago, I believe that whole area behind the school there filled all up. As a matter of fact, I believe in the history of the field, there was at least 1 or 2 times when the field was covered with water, and that there was lawsuits by the people along that side of Curtis Corner on the north side, because the water from when the field was put in there made the level of the water that used to kind of like drain away now back up into their yards. And I think that's when they made that retaining pond now that shows that, you know, it's to the west of the administration building. But with this, when you know, the climate change and all these storm events that seem to be coming our way, I have a sinking feeling that someday, if we put the field there, it's going to be a problem. Now, so that's why I brought this forward tonight, or sent it to you, this possibility of putting the school in a different place. I know it's all set in stone. I know we're going to start drilling a well tomorrow or whatever. But wouldn't it be worth it to find out how much it would cost to put our school in our athletic stadium together? I really believe it would.
Thank you, Doyle. All right. Any thoughts on this?
So I think we could ask Jim to reach out to Mr. Rose, just to have a conversation about it. It doesn't mean anything, but I think doing due diligence and just gathering the information, we don't know if he's going to say it's $20 million or $2 million, or you can have it for $1,000. So it might not change anything, but we would have that piece of information. And, you know, I don't necessarily know that it would change anyone's mind, but is it worth a phone call from Jim? Maybe.
I think it's always worth having information if it's, you know, just kind of check into it.
Let's do it.
Do you mind, Jim? Thank you.
All right. We're good. That's going to bring us to the end here.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All right, we got a motion to adjourn. Second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, this meeting is over. Thank you all for coming. See you next time.